Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight's Chapter 1. The First Light. In the depths of ancient history, when the world was younger and hope burned brighter in mortal hearts, there came a darkness so profound that it threatened to swallow all life in its endless hunger. Tonight, as we settle into the gentle embrace of evening's quiet, let us journey back to those desperate times when humanity first learned to fight the shadows with weapons of pure light and discover how the noble order of the Sentinels of Light came to be. Long before the Shadow Isles became the twisted realm of eternal torment we know today, before the black mist spread its corrupting tendrils across the seas, there existed a paradise known as the Blessed Isles. This was a place where magic flowed like crystal streams, where the veil between life and death was thin but gentle, allowing peaceful communion with those who had passed beyond. The inhabitants of these sacred lands lived in harmony with forces that other mortals feared, understanding death not as an ending, but as a natural transition in the eternal dance of existence. But paradise, as we have learned throughout the ages, is fragile. When King Viego's grief transformed love into obsession, when his desperate attempt to resurrect his beloved queen shattered the delicate balance of life and death, the Blessed Isles screamed in agony as they were torn asunder. The waters of life, once a source of healing and renewal, became corrupted into something far more sinister. What had been a realm of peace became a nightmare of endless suffering, where the dead could find no rest and the living were consumed by spectral hunger. As the newly born black mist began to spread beyond the shores of the now cursed Shadow Isles, carrying with it the tortured souls of those caught in Viego's catastrophic spell, the people of distant lands began to experience horrors they had no words to describe. Ships would return to port crewed only by hollow-eyed wraiths. Coastal villages would wake to find their loved ones transformed into twisted shadows of their former selves. The very concept of death, once a natural boundary, became permeable and terrifying. It was in these dark times that certain individuals began to hear a calling that seemed to emanate from the depths of their souls. These were not necessarily warriors or mages, though some possessed such skills. They were farmers and merchants, scholars and sailors, united not by their professions, but by an inexplicable sensitivity to the growing spiritual corruption that threatened their world. In their dreams, they saw visions of a golden light that could pierce the darkest shadows. They felt drawn to ancient places of power, to forgotten temples and sacred groves, where the boundary between the physical and spiritual worlds remained strong. The first of these, called individuals, discovered something remarkable in their desperate search for answers. In the ruins of an ancient temple, buried beneath centuries of neglect, they found stones that hummed with an inner radiance. These were not ordinary gems or crystals, but something far more profound, fragments of pure spiritual energy that had somehow crystallized into physical form. When held by those pure of heart and strong of will, these relic stones blazed with a light that could banish even the most persistent shadows and cause wraiths to flee in apparent agony. The discovery of these relic stones marked the true beginning of what would become the Sentinels of Light. The first bearers of these sacred artifacts quickly realized that they had been granted not just weapons against the undead, but a responsibility that transcended their individual lives. The stones seemed to choose their wielders, responding only to those whose dedication to protecting life was absolute and unwavering. Many who tried to claim them found the stones cold and lifeless in their hands, But for the chosen few, they became extensions of their very souls. As word of these miraculous weapons spread, more individuals found themselves drawn to the cause. They came from every corner of Runeterra, from the icebound reaches of the Freljord to the sun-scorched deserts of Shurima. What united them was not their homeland or their heritage, but their shared understanding that something precious was being threatened, and that they had been chosen to stand as guardians against forces that sought to corrupt the natural order of life and death. The early Sentinels learned through trial and terrible error how to channel the power of their relic stones effectively. The light they wielded was not mere illumination, but something far more fundamental, a manifestation of the life force itself, the essential energy that separated the living from the dead. This light could heal the wounded, strengthen the weak, and most importantly, sever the unnatural bonds that kept the undead tethered to the physical world. When a sentinel's weapon struck a wraith or specter, it didn't merely disperse the creature temporarily, but offered its tormented soul the peace of true rest. Yet this power came with a profound cost that the first sentinels discovered only through heartbreaking experience. The relic stones demanded absolute purity of purpose from their wielders. Those who harbored selfish motives, who sought personal gain or revenge, found their stones gradually dimming until they became nothing more than pretty rocks. Even worse, some who tried to use the light for dark purposes found themselves consumed by the very shadows they had sworn to fight, becoming cautionary tales for future generations of sentinels. The formation of the order itself was not a planned endeavor, but rather an organic coming together of kindred spirits who recognized in each other the same calling that had awakened within themselves. They met first in small groups, sharing their experiences and learning from one another's successes and failures. Gradually, these informal gatherings evolved into something more structured, as the scattered defenders realized they would be far more effective if they coordinated their efforts and shared their knowledge. The first formal gathering of the Sentinels took place under a full moon at the ruins where the original relic stones had been discovered. Representatives from across Runeterra came together, each bearing their own sacred stone and their own stories of battles fought against the encroaching darkness. As they stood in a circle beneath the starlit sky, their relic stones began to resonate with one another, creating a harmony of light that seemed to reach up toward the heavens themselves. It was in this moment of unity that the Sentinels spoke their first sacred vows, words that would echo through the centuries and bind generations of guardians to their holy mission. They swore to protect the living from the predations of the undead, to offer peace to tormented souls trapped between worlds, and to stand as beacons of hope in humanity's darkest hours. They pledged to put aside personal ambitions and desires in service of something greater than themselves, understanding that their individual lives were small prices to pay for the preservation of all life. As the years passed and the threat of the Black Mist continued to spread, the Sentinels established a network of strongholds and sanctuaries across Runeterra. These were not grand fortresses or imposing castles, but rather humble refuges where the weary could find protection and the wounded could heal. Each sanctuary was built around a nexus of spiritual energy, places where the boundary between light and shadow was clearly defined, and where the Sentinels could safely store their knowledge and train new recruits. The recruitment of new Sentinels was never a matter of seeking out candidates, but rather of recognizing those who had already been called by forces beyond mortal understanding. The relic stones themselves seemed to guide worthy individuals to the order, appearing in their dreams or drawing them to specific locations where they would encounter existing Sentinels. This mystical selection process ensured that only those with the purest intentions and strongest will would join the ranks of the Guardians. Training to become a full Sentinel was a process that could take years or even decades, depending on the individual's natural sensitivity to spiritual forces and their ability to channel the light effectively. New recruits, known as aspirants, would begin their education by learning to perceive the difference between natural death and unnatural undeath. They studied the various types of spectral entities they might encounter, from mindless wraiths driven only by hunger to more sophisticated undead creatures that retained fragments of their former personalities and memories. Perhaps most importantly, Aspirants learned to master themselves before they could hope to master their relic stones. The light that the Sentinels wielded was powered not just by the mystical properties of their weapons, but by the strength of their convictions and the purity of their hearts. Doubt, fear, anger, and despair could all weaken a Sentinel's light at crucial moments, potentially leading not only to their own destruction, but to the failure of their mission to protect others. The philosophy that emerged from these early years of the Order was one of humble service and quiet heroism. The Sentinels did not seek glory or recognition for their deeds, understanding that their greatest victories would often go unnoticed by those they protected. A village saved from spectral attack, a ship guided safely through mist-shrouded waters, a tormented soul finally granted peace. As the Order grew and evolved, it developed its own unique culture and traditions. Sentinels learned to read the subtle signs that preceded spectral manifestations, the way animals would grow restless, how temperatures would drop suddenly, the feeling of being watched by unseen eyes. They created their own language of signals and symbols, allowing them to communicate across great distances and coordinate their responses to emerging threats. The early Sentinels also discovered that their presence could have a stabilizing effect on areas plagued by spiritual disturbances. The light they carried seemed to strengthen the natural barriers between the world of the living and the realm of the dead, making it more difficult for undead entities to manifest or maintain their hold on the physical world. This led to the establishment of the Great Sentinel Routes, carefully planned paths that connected major population centers and ensured that no community would be left defenseless for long. Yet even as the Order grew in strength and wisdom, its members never forgot the profound loneliness of their calling. To be a Sentinel meant to stand apart from normal human society, to be constantly vigilant against threats that most people preferred not to acknowledge existed. Many Sentinels found that their closest relationships were with their fellow guardians, bound together by shared experiences that outsiders could never truly understand. The weight of their responsibility was made heavier by the knowledge that their war against the undead was, in all likelihood, eternal. As long as the Shadow Isles continued to exist, as long as the Black Mist could spread its corruption, there would be a need for the Sentinels of Light. This was not a conflict that could be won with a single decisive battle, but rather an ongoing struggle that would require generations of guardians to maintain their vigilance and dedication. Despite the seeming hopelessness of their task, the early Sentinels found reasons for optimism in the small victories they achieved each day. Every soul they helped find peace, every community they protected from harm, every moment of normalcy they preserved for ordinary people. These were affirmations that their sacrifice had meaning and purpose. They came to understand that hope itself was a form of light, and that by maintaining their faith in the possibility of a better world, they were already achieving a kind of victory over the forces of despair and corruption. As we reflect on these humble beginnings of one of Runeterra's most selfless orders, we can see in the first Sentinels a reflection of humanity's greatest virtues: courage in the face of overwhelming odds, compassion for those who suffer, and an unwavering commitment to protecting what is good and pure in the world. They chose to stand in the gap between light and shadow, not for personal gain or glory, but simply because someone had to, and they had been given the tools to do so. The legacy of these first guardians would echo through the centuries, inspiring countless others to take up the sacred duty of protecting the living from the predations of the undead. Their example reminds us that even in our darkest hours, there are always those willing to carry the light forward, to stand as beacons of hope when all seems lost. In a world where death itself had become corrupted and twisted, they chose to fight not just for life, but for the very meaning and sanctity of existence itself. As this first chapter of our journey through the history of the Sentinels of Light draws to a close, perhaps you might find yourself wondering, in your own life, what sacred duty calls to you, and what light do you carry that others might need in their times of darkness? Chapter 2: Sacred Foundations. In the quiet spaces between heartbeats, where intention becomes action and purpose crystallizes into form, the true architecture of the Sentinels of Light began to take shape. As we continue our gentle journey through their storied history, let us explore how those first brave souls transformed their desperate calling into an enduring institution, built not of stone and mortar, but of sacred oaths, hallowed traditions, and the unbreakable bonds forged between guardians who had chosen to stand against the darkness together. The establishment of the Sentinel Order as a formal organization required far more than simply gathering like-minded individuals with mystical weapons. The early guardians quickly realized that their spontaneous acts of heroism, while noble and necessary, would not be sufficient to address the growing threat of spectral corruption across Runeterra. What was needed was structure, discipline, and most importantly, a systematic approach to training new generations of light-bearers who could carry on the mission long after the founders had passed into peaceful rest. The creation of the first formal Sentinel stronghold marked a turning point in the Order's evolution from a loose confederation of mystical warriors into something approaching a true brotherhood. This sanctuary was established in a location that had been revealed through shared visions experienced by multiple Sentinels, a secluded valley high in the mountains, where natural formations of crystal and stone seemed to amplify the power of their relic stones and provide a refuge from the corrupting influence of dark magic. The construction of this first stronghold was unlike any building project undertaken before or since. Rather than relying solely on conventional masonry and architecture, the Sentinels learned to weave their light magic directly into the very foundations of their sanctuary. Each stone was blessed and consecrated before being set in place, creating walls that would glow softly in the presence of spectral entities and grow brighter when undead creatures attempted to approach. The result was a structure that was as much a magical artifact as it was a physical building, perfectly attuned to the spiritual needs of its inhabitants. Within these hallowed halls, the Sentinels began to develop the formal codes and practices that would govern their order for generations to come. The most fundamental of these was the Codex Luminous, a collection of principles and guidelines that defined what it meant to be a true guardian of the light. This was not a rigid set of rules imposed from above, but rather a distillation of hard-won wisdom gathered from the experiences of dozens of early Sentinels who had learned through trial and error what practices served the light and which led to corruption or failure. The Codex emphasized above all else the concept of selfless service. A true Sentinel was to be motivated not by personal glory, wealth, or power, but solely by the desire to protect innocent life from supernatural threat. This principle was tested repeatedly during the early years, as various individuals sought to join the Order for less noble reasons. Some came seeking the power of the relic stones for personal gain. Others hoped to use their position as Sentinels to settle old scores or advance political agendas. The stones themselves served as an unerring test of character, dimming or refusing to function entirely when wielded by those whose hearts harbored selfish intent. The sacred vows that bound Sentinels to their calling were formalized during this period, evolving from the spontaneous pledges made at that first moonlit gathering into a structured ceremony that marked the formal induction of new guardians. These vows were not taken lightly, for they represented a commitment that extended beyond a single lifetime. A Sentinel pledged not only their own life and strength to the cause, but accepted responsibility for ensuring that the light would continue to shine long after they had passed from the world. The vow of protection formed the cornerstone of Sentinel commitment, binding each guardian to defend innocent life against supernatural threat without regard for personal safety or comfort. This was not a promise to fight evil in general terms, but a specific dedication to standing between the living and the undead, regardless of the personal cost. Many Sentinels throughout history would ultimately fulfill this vow in the most literal sense, giving their lives to save others from spectral corruption. Equally important was the vow of purity, which required Sentinels to maintain the spiritual cleanliness necessary to wield their light effectively. This involved not only avoiding obviously corrupt practices, but cultivating a state of inner peace and clarity that would allow their relic stones to function at full capacity. Sentinels learned to monitor their own emotional and spiritual states constantly, recognizing that anger, fear, despair, or hatred could cloud their light at crucial moments and potentially lead to catastrophic failure. The vow of continuity bound each sentinel to the responsibility of training and mentoring new guardians, ensuring that the knowledge and traditions of the Order would survive even if entire generations were lost to the ongoing war against the undead. This vow recognized that the Sentinels' mission was not something that could be completed within a single lifetime, but rather an eternal vigil that would require constant renewal and reinforcement as new threats emerged and old ones evolved. Perhaps most challenging was the vow of sacrifice, which required Sentinels to acknowledge that their personal desires and ambitions must always be subordinated to the greater good. This meant accepting that they might never know normal human relationships, that they might die far from home and loved ones, and that their greatest victories might go unrecognized by those they protected. For many, this was the most difficult aspect of the Sentinel calling, requiring them to find meaning and satisfaction in service itself, rather than in external rewards or recognition. The development of formal training methods occupied much of the early Sentinels' attention, as they sought to codify the hard-won lessons of their experiences into a curriculum that could reliably prepare new recruits for the challenges they would face. The process began with what was known as the Awakening, a period of meditation and spiritual preparation, during which aspirants learned to perceive the subtle energies that distinguished the living from the undead. This was not simply a matter of developing supernatural senses, but of attuning one's entire being to the fundamental forces that governed life and death. Physical training formed an important component of Sentinel preparation, though it differed significantly from conventional military discipline. Sentinels needed to be fit and strong, certainly, but more importantly, they needed to develop the kind of fluid, instinctive responses that would serve them when facing supernatural opponents whose attacks might not follow the predictable patterns of human combat. They learned to fight not just with their weapons, but with their entire bodies as conduits for the light, turning every gesture and movement into a potential channel for their mystical power. The training of mind and spirit proved even more demanding than physical conditioning. Aspirants spent months learning to maintain their emotional equilibrium in the face of horrors that would break most ordinary people. They studied the various manifestations of undead corruption, learning to recognize the difference between a soul that could still be saved and one that had passed beyond redemption. Most challenging of all, they learned to face the possibility of their own death with equanimity, understanding that fear of mortality could paralyze them at crucial moments when others depended on their courage. The relationship between mentor and student within the Sentinel Order was considered sacred, representing not just the transfer of knowledge and skill, but the passing of a spiritual torch from one generation to the next. Master Sentinels took on the responsibility of training new aspirants with the understanding that they were shaping not just individual warriors, but the future of the light itself. This created bonds of loyalty and affection that often lasted throughout a Sentinel's career, providing emotional support and guidance during the darkest moments of their service. The forging of the first sanctified weapons marked another crucial development in the Order's evolution. While the relic stones themselves could function as weapons in their raw form, the early Sentinels discovered that their power could be greatly enhanced by incorporating them into carefully crafted implements designed specifically for combat against spectral entities. This was not simply a matter of setting the stones into sword hilts or spear points, but of creating weapons that could channel and focus the light in ways that maximized its effectiveness against different types of undead creatures. The process of weapon creation became a sacred art in itself, requiring not only exceptional craftsmanship, but deep spiritual understanding of how light magic interacted with physical materials. The metal used in Sentinel weapons was not ordinary steel, but rather alloys that had been blessed and purified through elaborate rituals, creating a matrix that could conduct spiritual energy without degrading or corrupting it. Each weapon was unique, shaped not only by the skills of its creator, but by the specific nature of the relic stone it was designed to house, and the particular calling of the Sentinel who would wield it. The weapons themselves took many forms, reflecting both the diverse backgrounds of the Sentinels and the varied nature of the threats they faced. Some preferred the clean simplicity of a sword enhanced with light magic, finding that the familiar weight and balance allowed them to focus entirely on channeling their power. Others favored more exotic implements, crystalline staffs that could project beams of purifying radiance, sanctified arrows that could strike spectral targets at great distances, or even simple amulets that allowed the wielder to create barriers of solid light for protection. Regardless of their physical form, all true Sentinel weapons shared certain characteristics that marked them as products of the Order's sacred craftsmanship. They were invariably beautiful to behold, not out of vanity or decoration, but because the light magic that permeated them naturally expressed itself as visual harmony and elegance. They remained sharp and strong far longer than ordinary weapons, the spiritual energy that flowed through them protecting the physical materials from wear and corrosion. Most importantly, they were absolutely lethal to undead creatures, while being incapable of causing lasting harm to the living, serving as a safeguard against the corruption of their wielders. The establishment of formal ranks and hierarchies within the Order was approached with great care, as the founders were acutely aware of how power structures could be corrupted or abused. They chose to create a system based not on accumulated authority or political maneuvering, but on demonstrated wisdom, spiritual purity, and dedication to service. Advancement within the Sentinel Order was never automatic or guaranteed, but required constant proof of one's commitment to the light and the protection of innocent life. The basic hierarchy that emerged consisted of several distinct levels, each representing a different degree of responsibility and spiritual attainment. Aspirants formed the foundation of the Order, individuals who had been called to serve but had not yet completed their training or taken their formal vows. Their period of preparation could last anywhere from a few months to several years, depending on their natural aptitude and the challenges they faced in mastering their abilities. Those who successfully completed their training and demonstrated their worthiness became full Sentinels, granted the right to bear sanctified weapons, and operate independently in defense of the light. This rank encompassed the majority of the Order's membership, dedicated guardians who had proven themselves capable of standing against the forces of darkness while maintaining their spiritual purity. Full Sentinels were expected to serve wherever needed, whether defending remote villages from spectral attacks or participating in major operations against concentrated undead forces. Above the regular Sentinels stood the Wardens, experienced guardians who had demonstrated exceptional skill, wisdom, and leadership capability. Wardens were responsible for training new aspirants, coordinating regional defense efforts, and making tactical decisions during large-scale operations. They served as the primary link between the Order's leadership and its rank-and-file members, ensuring that information flowed smoothly up and down the chain of command, while maintaining the spiritual bonds that united all Sentinels in common purpose. At the apex of the hierarchy stood the Luminarchs, a small council of the most spiritually advanced and experienced Sentinels who bore ultimate responsibility for the Order's direction and policies. These individuals had typically spent decades in service, accumulating not only practical experience, but deep wisdom about the nature of light and darkness, life and death. The position of Luminarch was not something one could seek or campaign for, but rather a calling that manifested naturally in those who had achieved the highest levels of spiritual development and selfless service. The geographic organization of the Sentinel Order reflected the global nature of the threats they faced, with strongholds and outposts established across all the major continents and regions of Runeterra. Each regional command was granted significant autonomy to respond to local conditions and threats, while maintaining communication and coordination with the broader network through a system of mystical signals and messenger routes that could span vast distances with remarkable speed. The establishment of these regional structures required careful attention to local customs and political situations, as the Sentinels needed to operate effectively without creating unnecessary conflicts with existing authorities. In some areas, they were welcomed as protectors and given official recognition by local rulers. In others, they worked quietly in the shadows, protecting people who might never know of their existence. Regardless of their official status, the Sentinels maintained their primary loyalty to the light itself, rather than to any temporal power or political authority. As the foundations of the Order solidified, and their methods proved their effectiveness against spectral threats, the Sentinels began to attract attention from other organizations and institutions across Runeterra. Some sought to form alliances, recognizing the value of having dedicated anti-undead specialists available to assist with supernatural crises. Others viewed the Order with suspicion or fear, uncomfortable with the idea of armed groups operating outside normal political control, even for apparently benevolent purposes. The Sentinels' response to these external pressures helped define their character as an organization dedicated to service rather than power. They welcomed cooperation with those who shared their commitment to protecting innocent life, but steadfastly refused to become tools of political ambition or instruments of conquest. This independence sometimes created difficulties, particularly when their mission brought them into conflict with the interests of powerful nobles or merchant princes, but it also ensured that their loyalty remained focused on their sacred duty rather than worldly concerns. The spiritual practices that developed within the Order during this foundational period would remain central to Sentinel culture for centuries to come. These included daily meditations designed to maintain the clarity of pose necessary for effective light manipulation, group ceremonies that strengthened the bonds between brother and sister guardians, and regular pilgrimages to sites of particular spiritual significance, where Sentinels could renew their connection to the sources of their power. Perhaps most important was the practice of the Vigil, a solemn ceremony performed whenever a Sentinel fell in service to the light. This was not simply a funeral or memorial service, but a spiritual ritual that honored the fallen guardian's sacrifice, while ensuring that their accumulated wisdom and experience would not be lost. Through mystical means that were never fully explained to outsiders, the essence of departed Sentinels was somehow preserved within the collective consciousness of the Order, allowing their knowledge to guide and inspire future generations of light-bearers. As our exploration of these sacred foundations draws to a close, we can see how the early Sentinels transformed their desperate calling into something far greater than the sum of its parts. They created not just an organization, but a living tradition that could adapt and evolve while remaining true to its core principles. Their legacy reminds us that lasting change comes not from grand gestures or dramatic proclamations, but from the patient work of building institutions that can carry forward our highest ideals long after we ourselves have passed from the scene. In your own life, what foundations are you laying that will allow your values and principles to endure beyond your physical presence in the world? Chapter 3. The Relic Stones. In the deepest chambers of memory, where legend intertwines with truth and mystery dwells within crystalline light, we find ourselves drawn to contemplate the most sacred artifacts of the Sentinel Order. Tonight, as shadows lengthen and the veil between worlds grows thin, let us explore the profound nature of the relic stones themselves, those fragments of pure spiritual essence that transform ordinary mortals into guardians of the light, and discover the ancient secrets hidden within their luminous depths. The relic stones represent far more than simple magical artifacts or weapons of war. They are, in the truest sense, living embodiments of the fundamental forces that separate life from death, hope from despair, and light from the consuming darkness that seeks to devour all existence. To understand their true nature, we must journey back to the very dawn of creation, when the universe itself was young, and the boundaries between the physical and spiritual realms had not yet solidified into their current forms. According to the most ancient texts preserved in the deepest vaults of Sentinel strongholds, the relic stones originated during a cataclysmic event that occurred eons before the rise of human civilization. In those primordial times, when gods walked freely among mortals and magic flowed like rivers across the landscape, a great war was fought between the forces of creation and the void that sought to unmake all things. This conflict raged across dimensions and realities, shaking the very foundations of existence and threatening to tear apart the delicate fabric that held the universe together. During the climactic battle of this cosmic struggle, a group of celestial beings known as the Luminari made the ultimate sacrifice to preserve the sanctity of life itself. These entities, whose true nature remains beyond mortal comprehension, willingly shattered their own divine essence, scattering fragments of their being across the mortal plane to serve as anchors for the life force in times of dire need. Each fragment retained a portion of the luminary's power and purpose, becoming a reservoir of pure spiritual energy that could be accessed by those deemed worthy of such trust. The relic stones are these fragments, crystallized over millennia into physical forms that mortal hands can grasp and mortal minds can begin to understand. Yet even in their diminished state, they retain echoes of their celestial origins, humming with frequencies that resonate in harmony with the fundamental vibrations of life itself. When properly attuned, they serve as conduits through which the wielder can channel forces that exist beyond the normal boundaries of mortal magic, accessing power that stems directly from the source of all creation. The discovery of the first relic stones by the founders of the Sentinel Order was not a matter of chance or accident, but rather the fulfillment of an ancient prophecy that had been whispered in the dreams of seers for countless generations. This prophecy spoke of a time when darkness would rise to threaten all life, when the boundary between the world of the living and the realm of the dead would be torn asunder by grief and obsession. In that darkest hour, the fragments of divine light would reveal themselves to those pure of heart and strong of will, providing them with the tools necessary to stand against the encroaching shadows. The process by which individuals are chosen by the relic stones remains one of the greatest mysteries of the Sentinel Order. It is not simply a matter of worthiness or spiritual development, though these qualities are certainly important. Rather, the stones seem to recognize something deeper and more fundamental in their chosen bearers, a resonance of purpose that exists at the very core of their being. Some who have achieved great spiritual heights find that the stones remain cold and lifeless in their hands, while others who seem unremarkable in every way discover that the crystals blaze with brilliant radiance at their touch. The selection process appears to be influenced by factors that exist beyond normal understanding of cause and effect. Bloodline sometimes plays a role, with the descendants of former Sentinels often displaying an enhanced sensitivity to the stone's call, but this is far from a universal rule. Many of the greatest Sentinels in history came from families with no previous connection to the Order, while some children of legendary guardians find themselves unable to awaken even the faintest glow from the sacred crystals. Perhaps more important than any inherited trait is the presence of what Sentinel scholars have termed the willing heart, a fundamental openness to sacrifice for the greater good that manifests differently in each individual. This quality cannot be taught or learned through training, but rather represents an innate aspect of character that either exists or does not. The relic stones seem capable of perceiving this quality with perfect accuracy, responding only to those who possess the rare combination of strength and humility necessary to wield such power responsibly. The physical appearance of relic stones varies considerably, reflecting both their individual origins and the nature of their intended bearers. Some manifest as perfect spheres of crystalline light, their surfaces smooth and unmarked by any earthly influence. Others take on more complex geometries, displaying faceted surfaces that catch and reflect illumination in patterns that seem to shift and change based on the observer's perspective. The largest stones may be the size of a human fist, while the smallest can be no bigger than a pearl, yet size bears no correlation to the power contained within. The color of each stone's radiance is unique to its individual essence, ranging from the pure white light of absolute purity to the warm golden glow of protective compassion, from the cool silver of precise judgment to the soft blue radiance of healing mercy. These colors are not merely decorative, but represent fundamental aspects of the divine nature that the stone embodies. A Sentinel's fighting style, personality, and spiritual calling often reflect the particular hue of their relic stone, creating a harmony between bearer and artifact that enhances both their individual strengths. The process of bonding with a relic stone is both deeply personal and profoundly transformative for those who experience it. Unlike ordinary magical items that can be picked up and used by anyone with sufficient knowledge, the stones require a complete merging of purpose between artifact and wielder. This bonding cannot be forced or rushed, but must be allowed to develop naturally through meditation, study, and gradual attunement to the stone's unique spiritual frequency. During the initial phases of bonding, many aspirants report experiencing vivid dreams and visions that seem to originate from the stone itself. These mystical encounters often provide glimpses into the cosmic events that led to the stone's creation, as well as fragments of memory from previous bearers who wielded the same artifact in generations past. Through these experiences, new Sentinels gain not only practical knowledge about their abilities, but a deep understanding of their place in the eternal struggle between light and darkness. The bonding process culminates in what is known as the moment of illumination, when the full power of the Relic stone awakens for the first time in response to its new bearer's touch. Witnesses describe this event as breathtakingly beautiful and terrifying in equal measure, as streams of pure light flow from the stone to envelop the Sentinel in radiance that seems to emanate from within their very soul. The transformation is not merely visual, but represents a fundamental change in the individual's spiritual nature, marking their permanent elevation from ordinary mortal to guardian of the light. Once bonded, the relationship between Sentinel and stone becomes symbiotic in nature, with each drawing strength and purpose from the other. The stone provides access to powers that would otherwise be impossible for mortal beings to wield, while the Sentinel's dedication and sacrifice help to maintain the artifact's spiritual purity and prevent it from being corrupted by exposure to dark influences. This mutual dependence creates a bond that extends far beyond the merely functional, becoming a partnership of souls united in common cause. The powers granted by relic stones are as varied as the stones themselves, but all share certain fundamental characteristics that mark them as manifestations of divine light. The most basic ability common to all stones is the capacity to generate radiance that is actively harmful to undead creatures, causing them pain and disorientation while providing protection for living beings. This light is not merely bright illumination, but carries with it the essential life force that undead entities lack, making their very existence painful when exposed to its influence. More advanced manifestations of relic stone power include the ability to create barriers of solid light that can block both physical and spiritual attacks, to channel healing energy that can mend wounds and cure diseases, and to project focused beams of purifying radiance, capable of destroying even the most powerful spectral entities. The most skilled Sentinels learn to manipulate their stone's energy with incredible precision, creating complex constructs of light that can serve as weapons, tools, or defensive installations as the situation demands. Perhaps the most remarkable ability of the relic stones is their capacity to offer true peace to tormented souls trapped between life and death. When properly channeled, the light they generate can sever the unnatural bonds that keep spirits anchored to the physical world against their will, allowing them to find the rest that has been denied to them. This power of spiritual liberation represents the highest expression of the Sentinel calling, transforming their role from mere warriors against the undead into instruments of mercy and redemption. The stones also serve as repositories of knowledge and memory, preserving the accumulated wisdom of all their previous bearers in forms that can be accessed by worthy successors. This creates an unbroken chain of experience stretching back to the very founding of the Order, allowing each new generation of Sentinels to benefit from the hard-won lessons of their predecessors. The process of accessing these memories requires great skill and spiritual discipline, as the unprepared mind can be overwhelmed by the sheer weight of centuries of accumulated experience. The maintenance and care of relic stones requires specialized knowledge and techniques that are among the most closely guarded secrets of the Sentinel Order. While the stones are virtually indestructible in the conventional sense, they can be damaged or corrupted by exposure to certain types of dark magic or by the moral failings of their bearers. When a stone begins to dim or show signs of spiritual contamination, elaborate purification rituals must be performed to restore its pristine condition and prevent the corruption from spreading to other aspects of the Order's work. The creation of new relic stones is a subject of intense scholarly debate within the Order, with some claiming that no new stones have manifested since the original scattering of the Luminary's essence. while others point to rare instances where previously unknown artifacts have appeared during times of particular crisis. These debates are more than academic exercises, as they touch on fundamental questions about the nature of divine intervention and the possibility that the cosmic forces that created the stones might still be active in the world. The loss or destruction of a relic stone is considered one of the greatest tragedies that can befall the Sentinel Order, representing not only the loss of a powerful weapon against the forces of darkness, but the severing of an irreplaceable link to the divine origins of their calling. Throughout their history, the Sentinels have launched epic quests to recover lost stones, sometimes spanning generations and crossing continents in pursuit of artifacts that have fallen into the wrong hands or been hidden away in forgotten ruins. The study of relic stones and their properties forms a specialized branch of Sentinel scholarship, with dedicated researchers spending their entire careers attempting to unlock the secrets contained within these crystalline fragments of divinity. Their work has revealed that the stones operate according to principles that transcend ordinary magical theory, accessing forces and energies that exist on levels of reality normally beyond mortal perception. This research has practical applications for improving Sentinel training and tactics, but also serves to deepen the Order's understanding of their sacred mission and cosmic purpose. The relationship between different relic stones is another area of ongoing investigation, as scholars have observed that certain combinations of stones seem to resonate with each other in ways that amplify their individual powers. When multiple Sentinels bearing compatible stones work together, they can achieve feats that would be impossible for any single Guardian, creating networks of light that can protect entire cities or banish major spectral incursions. Understanding and predicting these resonances has become crucial for coordinating large-scale Sentinel operations and maximizing the effectiveness of their limited numbers. As our contemplation of these miraculous artifacts draws to a gentle close, we are left with a profound sense of the mystery and wonder that surrounds the relic stones and their role in the eternal struggle between light and darkness. They represent far more than mere tools or weapons, serving instead as tangible connections to the divine forces that shape the universe and continue to work through mortal agents to preserve all that is good and beautiful in existence. The stones remind us that even in our darkest hours, when the forces of corruption seem overwhelming and hope appears lost, there remain sources of power and purpose that can transform ordinary individuals into instruments of salvation. They speak to the potential that exists within every soul to rise above personal limitations and serve something greater than ourselves, to become beacons of light in a world that often seems shrouded in shadow. In the quiet moments of your own reflection, what light within you seeks expression, and how might you serve as a conduit for the forces of hope and healing that the world so desperately needs? Chapter 4. Guardians of the Living. In the tender hours when dawn breaks across sleeping villages, and the first stirrings of life emerge from night's protective embrace, we find ourselves contemplating the sacred duty that defines the very essence of the Sentinel calling. Tonight, as we gather in the warmth of shared understanding, let us explore how these noble guardians transformed from mystical warriors into something far more profound, protectors whose vigilance shields countless innocent souls from horrors they will never know existed, and whose sacrifice ensures that ordinary people can live, love, and dream in peace. The role of the Sentinels as guardians of the living extends far beyond the simple act of fighting undead creatures. While their weapons and light magic certainly play crucial parts in their mission, the true depth of their calling lies in their understanding that every life they protect represents a universe of hopes, dreams, relationships, and possibilities. A Sentinel does not merely preserve biological existence, but safeguards the intricate web of human connection and meaning that gives life its true value and purpose. This profound responsibility shapes every aspect of how Sentinels approach their duties, from the grand strategies they employ against major spectral incursions to the smallest acts of kindness they perform for frightened villagers who have glimpsed shadows moving in ways that shadows should not move. They understand that their success is measured not only in the number of undead creatures they banish, but in the number of children who sleep peacefully through the night, the number of lovers who can walk hand in hand beneath moonlit skies without fear, and the number of families who gather around their hearths without wondering what lurks beyond the circle of firelight. The methods by which Sentinels identify and combat spectral threats have evolved through centuries of hard-won experience, trial and error, and the accumulated wisdom of countless guardians who gave their lives to protect others. The early Sentinels quickly learned that waiting for undead manifestations to become obvious to ordinary people was often too late to prevent significant harm. Instead, they developed a sophisticated understanding of the subtle signs and portents that herald the approach of supernatural danger. The first and most fundamental skill every Sentinel must master is the ability to perceive the presence of spectral entities long before they become visible to normal human senses. This perception operates on multiple levels, combining enhanced spiritual sensitivity with carefully trained observational skills that can detect the minute changes in environment and atmosphere that accompany undead manifestations. A skilled Sentinel can sense the approach of wraiths hours or even days before they materialize, giving precious time to prepare defenses and evacuate vulnerable populations. The signs of impending spectral activity are subtle but unmistakable to those who know what to seek. Animals display the earliest warnings, becoming restless and agitated as their instinctive connection to the natural order alerts them to supernatural disturbances. Horses refuse to cross certain thresholds, dogs howl at empty spaces, and birds abandon their roosts to circle restlessly overhead. The temperature drops in localized areas without apparent cause, and shadows seem to move independently of their sources, writhing and stretching in patterns that defy natural light. More sensitive individuals among the general population may experience prophetic dreams or waking visions during the days preceding a major spectral incursion. These glimpses of approaching danger are rarely clear or easily interpreted, manifesting instead as feelings of dread, recurring nightmares, or sudden certainties that loved ones are in mortal peril. Wise Sentinels maintain networks of contacts among such gifted individuals, recognizing that their warnings can provide crucial early intelligence about emerging threats. The physical environment itself bears witness to the presence of undead corruption through changes that trained eyes can detect and interpret. Vegetation withers and blackens along the paths that wraiths have traveled, while water sources become bitter and unwholesome without obvious contamination. Metal objects tarnish rapidly in areas of high spectral activity, and holy symbols or blessed artifacts may crack or shatter when exposed to particularly powerful undead entities. Once the presence of spectral threats has been confirmed, Sentinels must make rapid assessments of the scope and nature of the danger they face. Different types of undead creatures require different approaches and tactics, and misidentifying the threat can lead to catastrophic failure. Mindless wraiths, driven only by hunger and malice, can often be dealt with through direct confrontation and the application of purifying light, but more intelligent undead entities may employ cunning strategies that require equally sophisticated responses. The classification system developed by Sentinel scholars divides undead threats into several broad categories, each requiring specific countermeasures and precautions. Wraiths and specters represent the most common form of threat, consisting of souls trapped between life and death who have been driven mad by their unnatural state. These entities are dangerous primarily because of their numbers and persistence, able to manifest in large groups and attack relentlessly until either destroyed or successfully banished to their proper rest. More formidable are the shadow constructs, undead creatures that retain fragments of their former intelligence and personality while being consumed by supernatural malice. These entities can plan and strategize, using their knowledge of human nature and local conditions to maximum advantage. They may infiltrate communities by possessing the recently deceased or by masquerading as living people, slowly corrupting their surroundings before revealing their true nature in devastating attacks. At the apex of undead threats stand the true revenants, powerful entities who have retained their full intelligence and memories while gaining supernatural abilities that make them nearly unstoppable through conventional means. These creatures often serve as leaders for lesser undead, coordinating attacks and pursuing long-term goals that may span decades or centuries. Confronting such beings requires not only exceptional skill and courage, but careful preparation and often the combined efforts of multiple sentinels working in concert. The tactical approaches employed by sentinels vary considerably based on the specific nature of the threat they face and the circumstances in which they encounter it. When dealing with scattered individual wraiths or small groups of spectral entities, direct confrontation is often the most effective solution. A skilled sentinel can banish lesser undead creatures with focused applications of light magic, either destroying them entirely or providing them with the peaceful rest they have been denied. Larger incursions require more sophisticated strategies, often involving the coordination of multiple sentinels and the establishment of defensive perimeters around threatened populations. In such situations, the primary goal is not necessarily to destroy every undead creature, but to protect innocent lives while creating opportunities for more permanent solutions. Sentinels may establish sanctuaries within their areas of operation, using their light magic to create zones where undead entities cannot manifest or maintain their coherence. The protection of civilian populations during spectral attacks presents unique challenges that require sentinels to balance their offensive capabilities with their fundamental duty to preserve innocent life. Undead creatures often target the most vulnerable members of society, children, the elderly, and the infirm, either because these individuals are easier prey or because terrorizing them causes maximum psychological damage to the community as a whole. Sentinel protocols for civilian protection emphasize rapid evacuation to defensible positions whenever possible, using pre-established emergency procedures that can be activated at a moment's notice. Most communities within Sentinel-protected areas maintain designated sanctuary buildings that have been blessed and warded against spectral intrusion, providing refuge for non-combatants during attacks. These sanctuaries are typically located near the center of settlements, with multiple escape routes and emergency supplies to sustain their occupants during extended sieges. The psychological aspects of protecting civilians from supernatural threats require special consideration and training. Unlike conventional warfare, where the enemy's nature and capabilities are at least comprehensible to ordinary people, spectral attacks can induce paralyzing terror and madness in those who witness them. Sentinels must be prepared to provide not only physical protection but emotional support and reassurance to help traumatized survivors cope with their experiences. Many Sentinels develop specialized skills in what might be called spiritual counseling, learning to help people process encounters with the supernatural in ways that preserve their sanity and faith. This involves not only practical techniques for managing fear and anxiety, but deeper wisdom about the nature of life, death, and the forces that govern both. A sentinel's words of comfort to a child who has seen their parent possessed by a wraith may be as important as any weapon they wield in combat. The establishment of early warning systems represents one of the most significant innovations in sentinel protective methodology. Rather than simply reacting to threats as they emerge, modern sentinel doctrine emphasizes the creation of comprehensive networks that can detect and track spectral activity across wide geographic areas. These systems combine mystical detection methods with conventional intelligence gathering, creating layered defenses that can provide days or even weeks of advance warning before major incursions occur. The mystical components of these warning networks rely heavily on the unique properties of relic stones and their ability to sense disturbances in the spiritual fabric of reality. By establishing permanent installations at key locations throughout their areas of responsibility, sentinels can monitor the flow of supernatural energy and identify anomalies that might indicate emerging threats. These detection stations are often disguised as ordinary structures, lighthouses, watchtowers, or religious shrines, allowing them to operate without drawing unwanted attention from either hostile forces or curious civilians. Conventional intelligence gathering plays an equally important role in threat assessment and early warning. Sentinels maintain extensive networks of contacts among merchants, travelers, and other individuals whose professions require them to move frequently between different regions. These sources provide reports of unusual occurrences, strange sightings, and other phenomena that might indicate spectral activity in distant areas. The information they provide is carefully analyzed and correlated with mystical sensor data to build comprehensive pictures of emerging threats. The communication systems that link different elements of the Sentinel protective network represent marvels of both magical and conventional engineering. Messages can be transmitted across vast distances through networks of signal towers, equipped with enchanted crystals that resonate with specific frequencies of light magic. In emergency situations, these communications can alert entire regions to impending danger in a matter of hours, allowing coordinated responses that would be impossible through conventional means. The daily routines of active Sentinels reflect their constant vigilance and readiness to respond to threats at any moment. Unlike conventional soldiers who may enjoy periods of rest and recreation between conflicts, Sentinels understand that spectral dangers never sleep and can emerge without warning at any time. Their lives are structured around maintaining peak physical and spiritual condition while remaining constantly alert for signs of supernatural activity. Physical conditioning forms a crucial component of Sentinel preparedness, as their duties often require sustained periods of intense activity under extremely stressful conditions. Beyond basic fitness and combat training, Sentinels must develop the kind of endurance and resilience that allows them to function effectively despite exposure to the psychologically draining effects of undead corruption. Regular meditation and spiritual exercises help maintain the mental clarity necessary for precise control of light magic, while physical training ensures that their bodies can serve as effective vessels for divine power. The weapons and equipment carried by active Sentinels reflect both practical necessity and symbolic meaning. In addition to their primary relic stone weapons, most Guardians carry various secondary tools and defensive items designed to enhance their effectiveness against different types of supernatural threats. Blessed silver implements can harm certain categories of undead creatures, while specially treated rope and binding materials allow the temporary restraint of spectral entities during exorcism procedures. The armor worn by Sentinels serves multiple functions beyond simple physical protection. The metal components are alloyed with materials that conduct light magic efficiently, creating a defensive matrix that can absorb and deflect spectral attacks, while amplifying the wearer's own magical abilities. The designs incorporate symbolic elements drawn from ancient protective traditions, creating psychological effects that boost the confidence of allies while potentially intimidating supernatural opponents who retain enough intelligence to recognize the significance of the imagery. Perhaps most importantly, every aspect of a Sentinel's equipment is consecrated through elaborate blessing rituals that attune it to the specific spiritual frequency of its user. This personalization process ensures maximum effectiveness while creating additional safeguards against corruption or misuse. Equipment that has been properly consecrated will function only for its intended user, becoming inert or even harmful if wielded by those with malicious intent. The protocols governing Sentinel responses to different types of threats have been refined through centuries of experience and represent some of the most sophisticated military doctrine ever developed for supernatural warfare. These procedures take into account not only the immediate tactical situation, but broader strategic considerations, including the protection of civilian populations, the preservation of Sentinel resources, and the long-term implications of various response options. When confronting individual undead entities or small groups, Sentinel doctrine emphasizes rapid, decisive action designed to minimize the duration of supernatural manifestations and reduce the risk of civilian exposure. A single, experienced Sentinel can often handle such threats independently, using their training and equipment to quickly assess the situation and apply appropriate countermeasures. Speed is essential in these encounters, as prolonged spectral activity can corrupt the surrounding environment and potentially attract additional undead entities to the area. Larger incursions require coordinated responses involving multiple Sentinels and potentially allied forces from local military or religious organizations. In such situations, Command structures become crucial for ensuring effective coordination while maintaining the flexibility necessary to adapt to rapidly changing conditions. Senior Sentinels take responsibility for overall strategy and resource allocation, while individual teams are given tactical autonomy to respond to immediate threats within their assigned sectors. The aftermath of spectral encounters requires careful attention to both practical and spiritual considerations. Physical damage to property and infrastructure must be assessed and repaired, but equally important is the need to cleanse areas that have been exposed to undead corruption. Sentinel purification rituals can remove the lingering traces of spectral influence that might otherwise serve as beacons for future manifestations, while also helping to restore the natural spiritual balance of affected locations. The support provided to civilian survivors of spectral attacks extends far beyond immediate medical treatment or material assistance. Many people who have witnessed undead manifestations suffer lasting psychological trauma that can affect their ability to function normally in society. Sentinels work closely with local religious leaders and healers to provide counseling and spiritual guidance, helping survivors process their experiences and rebuild their sense of security and normalcy. As we reflect on the profound responsibility carried by these guardians of the living, we begin to understand that their true strength lies not in their magical weapons or mystical abilities, but in their unwavering commitment to preserving the precious gift of life in all its forms. They stand as barriers between the world of light and the realm of shadow, ensuring that ordinary people can continue to experience the simple joys and profound meanings that make existence worthwhile. Their vigilance reminds us that the things we often take for granted, peaceful sleep, loving relationships, the laughter of children at play, are not guaranteed rights but precious privileges that must be actively protected and preserved. In a world where darkness constantly seeks to reclaim what light has won, the Sentinels serve as living proof that dedicated individuals can make a difference, that courage and sacrifice can triumph over corruption and despair. In your own life, what innocent joys and precious connections do you help to protect and preserve, and how might your vigilance serve as a beacon of hope for those who depend on your strength? Chapter 5. The Great Harrowing. In the annals of sorrow and triumph that chronicle the eternal struggle between light and shadow, no event looms larger or casts a deeper shadow across the memory of the Sentinels than the catastrophe known as the Great Harrowing. As we settle into the contemplative stillness of this quiet hour, let us bear witness to that terrible time when the very foundations of the Order were tested, when courage and sacrifice were the only barriers standing between civilization and complete spiritual annihilation, and when the true measure of what it means to be a guardian of the light was revealed in the crucible of ultimate despair. The Great Harrowing began not with dramatic proclamations or obvious signs of impending doom, but with a subtle wrongness that crept across the world like a slowly spreading stain. In the months preceding the catastrophe, Sentinels stationed across Runeterra began reporting increasingly disturbing phenomena that seemed to herald something far worse than the typical spectral incursions they had grown accustomed to facing. The Black Mist, which had previously confined its manifestations to periodic raids on coastal settlements, began to behave in ways that defied all previous understanding of its nature and limitations. The first indication that something unprecedented was approaching came from the Sentinel observatory stations positioned along the major sea routes between the Shadow Isles and the mainland continents. These watchers, who had spent decades monitoring the ebb and flow of spectral activity, noticed that the usual patterns of undead manifestation were becoming increasingly erratic and intense. Where once the Black Mist had emerged in predictable cycles tied to lunar phases and seasonal changes, it now began to surge forth at random intervals with a ferocity that suggested some fundamental change in the forces driving its expansion. More troubling still were the reports from Sentinels operating in inland regions far from any direct contact with the Shadow Isles. These guardians began encountering undead creatures of types they had never seen before, spectral entities that seemed to possess enhanced intelligence and coordination, wraiths that could manifest in broad daylight without losing their coherence, and shadow constructs that appeared to be following some overarching strategic plan rather than simply responding to base hunger and malice. The relic stones themselves began to exhibit unprecedented behavior during this period, their normally steady radiance flickering and pulsing in patterns that seemed to mirror the distress of their wielders. Many sentinels reported experiencing vivid nightmares and prophetic visions that spoke of an approaching darkness so vast and terrible that it threatened to swallow not just individual lives, but the very concept of life itself. These warnings, dismissed by some as the product of overactive imaginations stressed by constant vigilance, would soon prove to be all too accurate predictions of the horror to come. The event that marked the true beginning of the Great Harrowing occurred on a night when the moon was dark, and the stars seemed dimmed by an unnatural haze that hung in the air like a shroud. Across a dozen different regions of Runeterra, the black mist erupted simultaneously from points that had never before shown any sign of spectral activity. Unlike the gradual seepage that typically characterized undead manifestations, these eruptions were violent and instantaneous, tearing reality apart like wounds in the fabric of existence itself. The coordinated nature of these initial strikes caught the Sentinel Order completely unprepared for the scale and intensity of what they faced. Individual outposts and sanctuaries that had successfully defended their regions for generations found themselves overwhelmed within hours by waves of undead creatures, unlike anything in their training or experience. These were not the mindless wraiths and simple specters that formed the bulk of typical incursions, but organized armies of the damned led by intelligent revenants who seemed to possess detailed knowledge of sentinel tactics and defensive positions. The communication networks that had previously allowed rapid coordination between different sentinel commands began to fail as the spreading corruption interfered with the mystical frequencies used to transmit messages across long distances. One by one, the beacon towers that served as relay points for urgent communications went dark, their enchanted crystals cracking under the strain of trying to function in environments saturated with undead energy. Within days, the various regional commands found themselves isolated and forced to face the growing crisis with only their local resources and whatever fragmentary intelligence they could gather through conventional means. The loss of coordinated command and control proved devastating to the Sentinel response during the crucial early stages of the Harrowing. Without accurate information about the scope of the crisis or the ability to call for reinforcements from other regions, individual commanders were forced to make critical decisions based on incomplete and often contradictory reports. Many chose to concentrate their forces in defensive positions around major population centers, abandoning outlying settlements to their fate. Others attempted to maintain their traditional patrol patterns, only to have their scattered units overwhelmed piecemeal by superior numbers of undead attackers. Perhaps the most tragic aspect of this period was the fate of the newly trained Sentinels, who had only recently completed their initiation into the Order. These young guardians, their relic stones still blazing with the pure light of untested conviction, often volunteered for the most dangerous missions in their eagerness to prove themselves worthy of the sacred trust placed in them. Many paid the ultimate price for their courage, their light extinguished before they could gain the experience and wisdom that might have allowed them to survive the unprecedented challenges they faced. The civilian population suffered terribly during the opening phases of the Great Harrowing, as the protective networks that had shielded them from supernatural threats for centuries crumbled under the relentless assault. Entire cities found themselves besieged by armies of the undead, their walls and fortifications proving useless against enemies that could pass through solid matter at will. The sanctuaries that had previously offered absolute protection from spectral attack began to fail, as the sheer concentration of undead energy in their vicinity overwhelmed the blessing rituals that maintained their defensive barriers. The psychological impact of these failures rippled through society with devastating effect, as people who had lived their entire lives in the security provided by Sentinel protection suddenly found themselves face to face with horrors they had only heard whispered in the darkest folk tales. The collapse of faith in the Order's ability to maintain the barriers between life and death led to widespread panic, civil unrest, and in some cases, complete social breakdown as communities turned on themselves in desperate attempts to find scapegoats for their suffering. Yet even in the darkest hours of the crisis, when defeat seemed inevitable and hope appeared to be nothing more than a cruel illusion, the true character of the Sentinel Order began to reveal itself. As communication networks failed and command structures collapsed, individual guardians found themselves forced to rely on their training, their courage, and most importantly, their unwavering commitment to protecting innocent life, regardless of the personal cost. Stories from this period speak of sentinels who held strategic choke points alone for days at a time, their relic stones blazing like beacons in the darkness as they channeled every ounce of their strength into maintaining barriers that protected the evacuation of civilian populations. Others led desperate fighting retreats through territories overrun by undead hordes, using their knowledge of local terrain and their mastery of light magic to keep hope alive even when surrounded by seemingly insurmountable odds. One of the most remarkable developments during the Great Harrowing was the emergence of what historians would later call the Fellowship of Last Light, an informal alliance of sentinels from different regions, who found ways to maintain contact despite the collapse of official communication networks. These guardians used everything from trained messenger birds to networks of sympathetic civilians to coordinate their actions and share vital intelligence about enemy movements and tactics. The Fellowship represented something entirely new in Sentinel organization, a horizontal network of cooperation that operated independently of traditional command hierarchies and regional boundaries. Where the formal structure of the Order had proved vulnerable to systematic disruption, this organic alliance of dedicated guardians demonstrated a resilience and adaptability that would prove crucial to the ultimate survival of both the Sentinels and the populations they protected. The turning point of the Great Harrowing came not through any single decisive battle or strategic breakthrough, but through the gradual recognition that the crisis required fundamentally different approaches to combat and protection. The Sentinels began to adapt their tactics away from the traditional methods that had served them well against smaller incursions, developing new techniques specifically designed to deal with the unprecedented scale and coordination of the undead armies they faced. These innovations included the development of mobile sanctuary protocols that allowed the rapid establishment of temporary protective barriers around refugee populations, the creation of strike teams specifically trained to target dead, the intelligent revenants that served as leaders for undead forces, and perhaps most importantly, the implementation of what became known as the Lighthouse Strategy, a network of fixed defensive positions that could provide mutual support while serving as rallying points for scattered Sentinel units. The Lighthouse Strategy proved particularly effective because it leveraged one of the fundamental weaknesses of the undead forces, their inability to maintain coherent organization over extended periods without intelligent leadership. By creating a series of fortified positions that could hold out against siege while projecting zones of protective light into the surrounding territory, the Sentinels were able to fragment the massive undead armies into smaller, more manageable groups that could be dealt with using conventional tactics. The construction and maintenance of these lighthouse strongholds required enormous sacrifices from the Sentinels who staffed them. Cut off from regular supply lines and surrounded by hostile territory, the garrison forces had to be entirely self-sufficient, while maintaining constant vigilance against attacks that could come from any direction at any time. Many of these positions were held by skeleton crews of volunteers who understood that they might never see relief or reinforcement, yet continued to maintain their watch because they knew that the lives of thousands of innocent people depended on their perseverance. The gradual implementation of the Lighthouse Strategy began to show results as the months of crisis wore on, but the true test of the system came when the undead forces launched what appeared to be a final, coordinated assault designed to overwhelm the remaining Sentinel defenses. This attack, which came to be known as the Night of Endless Darkness, saw virtually every lighthouse position besieged simultaneously by waves of spectral entities that seemed to pour forth from the very air itself. The battle raged for 3 days and nights without pause, as exhausted sentinels pushed their relic stones and their own endurance to the absolute limits of what was possible. Many positions fell despite the heroic efforts of their defenders, their lights extinguished one by one as the protective barriers they maintained finally collapsed under the relentless assault. Yet enough strongholds held firm to maintain the integrity of the overall network, creating gaps in the undead battle lines that allowed Sentinel strike teams to launch counterattacks against the command elements coordinating the offensive. The climax of the Night of Endless Darkness came when a group of the most experienced Sentinels launched a desperate assault against what appeared to be the primary coordination center for the undead forces, a massive nexus of spectral energy that had manifested at the site of an ancient burial ground. Led by Luminarch Thaddeus Lightward, whose name would become legendary among future generations of Guardians, this strike force fought their way through layer upon layer of undead defenders to reach the heart of the enemy's power. The final confrontation between the strike team and the entity controlling the undead armies has passed into legend, with various accounts providing different details about the exact nature of the enemy they faced. What remains consistent across all versions of the story is that Thaddeus and his companions made the ultimate sacrifice, channeling the combined power of their relic stones in a burst of pure light that shattered the nexus and severed the connections that had allowed the coordinated control of such vast undead forces. The aftermath of the Great Harrowing left the Sentinel Order fundamentally changed, both in terms of its organizational structure and its understanding of the threats it faced. The old regional commands were reorganized into a more flexible system that emphasized redundancy and mutual support, while new training programs were developed to prepare future Guardians for the possibility of facing similar large-scale crises. Perhaps most importantly, the experience of the Harrowing impressed upon every member of the Order the absolute necessity of maintaining constant vigilance and readiness, as the forces of darkness had demonstrated their capacity to evolve and adapt in ways that could catch even the most experienced Guardians off guard. The human cost of the crisis was staggering, with estimates suggesting that nearly a third of all active Sentinels perished during the course of the Harrowing. Entire regional commands were wiped out, taking with them centuries of accumulated knowledge and tradition. The loss of so many experienced Guardians created training and leadership gaps that would take decades to fill, while the destruction of numerous sanctuaries and strongholds left vast areas of Runeterra temporarily vulnerable to smaller-scale spectral incursions. Yet from the ashes of this catastrophe emerged a stronger and more resilient Sentinel Order, one that had been tested in the crucible of ultimate adversity, and emerged with renewed understanding of both its capabilities and its limitations. The innovations developed during the crisis became standard doctrine, while the bonds forged between Guardians from different regions during the Fellowship of Last Light evolved into permanent institutional relationships that strengthened the Order's unity and effectiveness. The memory of the Great Harrowing serves as both inspiration and warning for every generation of Sentinels who follows in the footsteps of those who stood against the darkness during that terrible time. It reminds them that the forces they face are neither static nor predictable, that vigilance must be paired with adaptability, and that the price of protecting the light may sometimes require sacrifices that test the very limits of mortal endurance and courage. Most importantly, the Harrowing demonstrated that even in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds, when hope appears lost and darkness seems destined to triumph, the power of dedicated individuals united in common cause can still prevail. The Guardians who gave their lives during those dark months did not die in vain, for their sacrifice ensured that the light would continue to shine for future generations who would never know how close they came to eternal darkness. As we reflect on this pivotal moment in Sentinel history, we are reminded that every age faces its own tests and challenges, its own moments when the choice between light and darkness hangs in the balance. The courage and sacrifice of those who stood firm during the Great Harrowing echo across the centuries, inspiring us to face our own trials with similar determination and selflessness. In your own darkest hours, when the challenges you face seem overwhelming and hope appears distant, what inner light sustains you, and how might your perseverance serve as a beacon for others who struggle alongside you in the shadows? Chapter 6. Sacred Weapons and Artifacts. In the hushed chambers where starlight meets crystal and divine purpose takes physical form, we encounter the most tangible expressions of the Sentinels' sacred calling, their weapons and artifacts. As we settle into this contemplative hour, let us explore how mortal craftsmanship merges with celestial power to create implements that serve not merely as tools of war, but as extensions of the soul itself, channels through which the pure light of creation flows to banish the shadows that threaten all life. The creation of sentinel weapons represents far more than simply setting relic stones into conventional implements of war. Each sacred artifact must be carefully designed to serve as a perfect conduit for the unique spiritual frequency of its intended wielder, creating a harmony between guardian stone and weapon that amplifies the power of all three elements. This process requires not only exceptional craftsmanship, but deep understanding of the mystical principles that govern the interaction between physical matter and divine energy. The forges where sentinel weapons are created bear little resemblance to ordinary smithies or workshops. These sacred spaces are carefully consecrated through elaborate rituals that align them with the cosmic forces from which the relic stones draw their power. The very air within these chambers hums with spiritual energy, while the tools and materials used in the crafting process have been blessed and purified to ensure they will not corrupt or interfere with the divine essence being channeled through them. The master craftsmen who create these weapons occupy a unique position within the Sentinel hierarchy, revered not only for their technical skills, but for their spiritual wisdom and their ability to perceive the subtle harmonies that must exist between all elements of a completed artifact. These artisans, known as luminous smiths, undergo training that combines traditional metalworking techniques with mystical practices designed to attune their consciousness to the frequency of divine light. Many spend decades perfecting their craft before being entrusted with the creation of their first true sentinel weapon. The selection of materials for sentinel weapons follows principles that have been refined through centuries of experimentation and careful observation. The base metals used in their construction are not chosen simply for their physical properties, but for their capacity to conduct and channel spiritual energy without degrading or corrupting it. Silver, with its natural affinity for purification and its symbolic association with lunar forces, forms the foundation of most sentinel implements. However, this silver is not ordinary metal, but rather ore that has been mined from specific deposits that have been naturally charged with beneficial spiritual energy over millennia. The purification and preparation of these raw materials represents an art form in itself, requiring the luminous smiths to perform elaborate alchemical processes that transform ordinary silver into something far more sublime. The metal is heated not just with conventional fire, but with flames that have been kindled using blessed oils and sacred herbs, creating temperatures that affect the spiritual as well as the physical properties of the material. During this process, prayers and incantations are continuously recited, infusing the metal with layer upon layer of protective and empowering enchantments. The forging process itself takes place during carefully chosen astrological alignments that ensure maximum harmony between celestial forces and the work being performed. The luminous smiths work in states of deep meditation, allowing their consciousness to merge with the rhythm of their hammers and the flow of divine energy through the materials they shape. Each strike of the hammer is both a physical action and a spiritual gesture, gradually molding not just the metal but the very essence of the weapon being created. The incorporation of relic stones into completed weapons represents the most delicate and dangerous phase of the entire creation process. The stones must be set at precisely the right moment in the forging cycle, when the spiritual energy flowing through the weapon reaches perfect resonance with the frequency of the crystal. Timing this moment requires extraordinary sensitivity and experience, as the window of opportunity may last only seconds, and failure to achieve proper synchronization can result in the destruction of both weapon and stone. When successfully completed, the bonding between stone and weapon creates a synthesis that is greater than the sum of its parts. The metal becomes infused with the living light of the crystal, while the stone gains the focused directionality and practical application that only a properly crafted weapon can provide. The result is an implement that can channel divine power with precision and efficiency while remaining perfectly attuned to the spiritual nature of its intended wielder. The varieties of weapons created by Sentinel craftsmen reflect both the diverse backgrounds of the guardians who wield them and the varied nature of the threats they face. Swords remain the most common choice, their classical elegance and balanced design making them ideal platforms for the controlled application of light magic. Sentinel blades are typically longer and more slender than conventional weapons, designed to maximize the surface area through which divine energy can flow while maintaining the speed and precision necessary for combat against supernatural opponents. The hilts of Sentinel swords are works of art in themselves, crafted from precious materials that have been chosen for their spiritual properties rather than their monetary value. Mother-of-pearl inlays provide surfaces that naturally reflect and amplify light, while wrappings of silk thread spun from the cocoons of sacred moths create grips that enhance the wielder's connection to their weapon. The crossguards are often shaped to represent celestial symbols, stars, moons, or stylized representations of the cosmic forces that gave birth to the relic stones themselves. For sentinels whose calling involves long-range combat or the protection of large areas, staffs and wands provide superior platforms for projecting light magic across great distances. These implements are typically carved from wood taken from trees that have grown in places of particular spiritual significance, groves where ancient rituals were performed, forests that have never known the touch of corruption, or mountaintop stands that reach toward the stars themselves. The living essence of these trees continues to flow through the finished weapons, creating natural conduits for divine energy that can amplify and focus the power of their relic stones with remarkable precision. The most powerful staffs incorporate multiple relic stones arranged in carefully calculated geometric patterns that create resonance effects between the crystals. These arrangements, based on principles of sacred geometry that trace their origins to the earliest days of the order, can produce effects that far exceed what any single stone could achieve alone. However, wielding such weapons requires exceptional skill and spiritual development, as the increased power they channel places enormous demands on their user's ability to maintain control and focus. Ranged weapons occupy a special place in Sentinel armories, as they allow guardians to engage undead creatures from distances that minimize the risk of spiritual corruption or possession. Bows crafted for Sentinel use are strung with cords woven from blessed materials and equipped with specialized arrows that carry fragments of relic stone in their points. When fired by a skilled archer, these projectiles streak through the air like falling stars, their light growing brighter as they approach their targets and exploding in bursts of purifying radiance upon impact. The creation of these specialized arrows represents a particular challenge for luminous smiths, as they must incorporate enough relic stone material to ensure effectiveness while keeping the projectiles light enough for accurate flight. The solution involves grinding small amounts of crystal into powder that is then mixed with blessed resins and shaped into arrowheads that maintain the spiritual properties of the original stones, while taking forms optimized for penetration and energy release. Crossbows and other mechanical ranged weapons are sometimes employed by sentinels who prefer the greater accuracy and power that such implements can provide. However, these weapons require more complex enchantment processes to ensure that their mechanical components do not interfere with the flow of divine energy through their ammunition. The springs, triggers, and loading mechanisms must all be blessed and aligned to work in harmony with the spiritual forces they help to direct. Defensive artifacts form another crucial category of Sentinel equipment, as the nature of their calling often requires them to protect others as well as themselves. Shields crafted for Sentinel use are not merely passive barriers, but active projectors of protective energy that can create zones of safety around their wielders. The most sophisticated shields can generate dome-shaped barriers of solid light that provide protection for entire groups of people, though maintaining such defenses for extended periods requires enormous spiritual stamina. The creation of these protective artifacts involves techniques that differ significantly from those used for offensive weapons. Where swords and staffs are designed to focus and direct energy outward, shields must be crafted to create stable fields that can absorb and dissipate hostile forces without allowing them to reach the people being protected. This requires the incorporation of multiple relic stones arranged in patterns that create self-reinforcing energy matrices, along with specialized metalwork that can distribute the stress of absorbing supernatural attacks across the entire surface of the shield. Armor crafted for Sentinel use must balance protection with mobility, while providing enhanced conductivity for the light magic that flows through its wearer. Traditional plate armor proves too restrictive for the fluid combat styles that Sentinels employ, leading to the development of specialized designs that combine flexible chainmail with strategically placed plates of sanctified metal. The chain links themselves are forged from blessed silver and inscribed with minute protective symbols that create overlapping fields of spiritual protection. The most remarkable aspect of Sentinel armor is its ability to respond to the spiritual state of its wearer, becoming lighter and more flexible when the Guardian is in harmony with their calling, while growing heavier and more restrictive if their dedication wavers or their purity becomes compromised. This serves both as protection and as a constant reminder of the moral responsibilities that come with wielding divine power. Artifacts beyond conventional weapons also play important roles in Sentinel operations, serving specialized functions that complement the Order's mission of protecting life from supernatural threats. Amulets and talismans provide passive protection against various forms of spiritual corruption, while also serving as identification tokens that allow Sentinels to recognize each other even when operating in disguise or under cover. The creation of these smaller artifacts requires just as much care and skill as the forging of major weapons, as they must be capable of functioning reliably under a wide variety of conditions while remaining small enough to be easily concealed or carried. Many incorporate tiny fragments of relic stone that have been carefully shaped and polished to maximize their effectiveness within the constraints of their size. The settings for these fragments are typically crafted from precious metals that have been alloyed with materials possessing natural protective properties. Communication devices represent another important category of Sentinel artifacts, as the Order's global mission requires reliable methods for transmitting information across vast distances. These range from simple signal mirrors that can reflect coded messages using focused beams of light magic to complex resonance crystals that allow real-time conversation between Sentinels operating in different regions. The most sophisticated communication artifacts can even transmit not just words but emotions and mental images, allowing experienced users to share detailed tactical information or coordinate complex operations with remarkable precision. The maintenance and care of Sentinel weapons and artifacts requires specialized knowledge and techniques that are taught to every member of the Order as part of their basic training. Unlike ordinary implements that deteriorate through use and exposure, properly maintained Sentinel equipment actually grows stronger and more effective over time, as it accumulates layers of blessing and spiritual energy from its wielder's devotion and service. Regular consecration rituals must be performed to keep weapons and artifacts functioning at peak efficiency, involving the application of blessed oils, the recitation of specific prayers, and the careful monitoring of the relic stone's spiritual condition. Signs of dimming or discoloration in the crystals may indicate that the weapon's balance has been disturbed, or that its wielder's spiritual state requires attention and correction. The loss or destruction of Sentinel weapons represents more than simply the need to replace equipment. It often involves the severing of spiritual bonds that may have taken years or even decades to develop properly. When a Guardian falls in battle, their weapons are recovered whenever possible and subjected to elaborate purification rituals before being assigned to new wielders. In some cases, particularly powerful or significant artifacts may be retired to ceremonial roles rather than being returned to active service, their accumulated spiritual energy preserved for use in emergency situations or major ceremonial occasions. The legendary weapons of great Sentinels from history occupy places of honor in the Order's most sacred strongholds, serving both as inspiration for current Guardians and as repositories of ancient wisdom and power that can be called upon in times of extreme crisis. These artifacts, bearing names that have become synonymous with heroism and sacrifice, continue to radiate the spiritual essence of their original wielders even centuries after those champions passed into eternal rest. The study of ancient weapons and artifacts provides valuable insights into the evolution of Sentinel combat techniques and spiritual practices over the centuries. Each generation of luminous smiths builds upon the knowledge and innovations of their predecessors while adapting their creations to meet the changing nature of the threats faced by the Order. This continuous process of refinement and improvement ensures that Sentinel equipment remains at the forefront of what is possible when divine power meets mortal craftsmanship. The relationship between a Sentinel and their weapons extends far beyond the merely functional, becoming a partnership that deepens and strengthens through shared experiences and mutual trust. Veterans often speak of their weapons as though they were living companions, crediting them with warning of approaching danger or providing strength and courage during moments of doubt and fear. While skeptics might dismiss such claims as mere superstition or anthropomorphization, the deep spiritual bonds that develop between guardian and artifact represent very real sources of power and protection. Training with Sentinel weapons involves not just mastering their physical manipulation, but learning to harmonize one's spiritual energy with the divine forces flowing through them. This process can take years to complete, as each weapon possesses its own unique characteristics and requirements that must be understood and accommodated. The most skilled weapons masters achieve such perfect integration with their implements that the boundary between wielder and weapon virtually disappears, creating unified instruments of divine will that can accomplish feats that neither guardian nor artifact could achieve alone. As our exploration of these sacred implements draws to a gentle close, we are left with a profound appreciation for the dedication and skill required to create weapons worthy of the Sentinel's noble calling. These artifacts represent the marriage of human creativity with divine purpose, transforming raw materials into instruments of hope and protection that stand as bulwarks against the forces of darkness and despair. The weapons and artifacts of the Sentinels remind us that the tools we use to pursue our highest purposes become extensions of our deepest values and aspirations. When wielded with wisdom and dedication, even simple implements can become instruments of transformation and positive change, channels through which our better natures can manifest in the world around us. In your own journey through life, what tools and resources do you consecrate to your highest purposes, and how might they serve as extensions of your deepest values and most noble aspirations? Chapter 7. The Spreading Shadow. In the quiet moments when twilight deepens and the world holds its breath between day and night, we turn our attention to a truth that has haunted the Sentinels since their earliest days: the inexorable expansion of the darkness they fight against. Tonight, as we gather in the comfort of shared understanding, let us explore how the corruption that began on the Shadow Isles spread like a slow poison across the face of Runeterra, forcing the Guardians of Light to evolve from regional protectors into a global network of watchful sentries standing against an ever-growing tide of supernatural malevolence. The initial manifestations of the Black Mist were confined to the immediate vicinity of the Shadow Isles, creating a localized zone of horror that, while terrible for those unfortunate enough to encounter it, seemed containable through careful monitoring and strategic positioning of Sentinel forces along the major shipping routes. The early Guardians believed, with the optimism that comes from limited experience, that they could establish permanent barriers that would prevent the corruption from spreading beyond its point of origin. This comforting illusion was gradually shattered as decades passed, and the Sentinels began to notice disturbing changes in the patterns of spectral activity across the world. What had once been isolated incidents of undead manifestation in distant lands began to occur with increasing frequency and intensity, suggesting that the corruption was finding ways to spread far beyond the reach of any conventional containment efforts. The first comprehensive study of this expansion was undertaken by Sentinel scholars during the 3rd century of the Order's existence, when it became impossible to ignore the evidence that the Black Mist's influence was somehow propagating across continents through means that defied normal understanding of geography and distance. These researchers, working with fragmentary reports from Sentinels stationed across Runeterra, began to piece together a picture of corruption that spread not like a conventional plague, but according to principles that seemed to operate on spiritual rather than physical levels. The breakthrough in understanding came when scholars realized that the black mist was not simply a localized phenomenon that occasionally reached out to distant locations, but rather a manifestation of underlying spiritual corruption that could emerge anywhere. The boundary between life and death had been weakened or damaged. Places where great tragedies had occurred, where mass deaths had left psychic scars on the landscape, or where dark rituals had been performed, became vulnerable points where the influence of the Shadow Isles could establish footholds in distant lands. These corruption nodes, as they came to be known, served as anchor points that allowed the black mist to manifest far from its primary source, while maintaining the coherence and malevolent intelligence that made it so dangerous. Once established, these nodes could influence the surrounding spiritual environment, gradually expanding their areas of control and creating conditions that made the manifestation of additional undead entities increasingly likely. The discovery of this mechanism forced a complete re-evaluation of Sentinel strategy and priorities. Where once they had focused their efforts on monitoring and defending against incursions from the Shadow Isles, they now faced the far more complex challenge of identifying and neutralizing corruption nodes that could appear anywhere in the world with little or no advance warning. This required not only a massive expansion of their intelligence-gathering capabilities, but fundamental changes in how they organized and deployed their forces. The process of node formation followed patterns that gradually became familiar to experienced Sentinel investigators, though each manifestation retained unique characteristics that reflected the specific circumstances of its creation. The initial signs were subtle: a gradual cooling of temperatures in localized areas, the unexplained withering of vegetation, and the nervous behavior of animals that could sense the growing wrongness before human senses detected anything amiss. As a node strengthened, more obvious phenomena would begin to manifest. Shadows would move independently of their sources, particularly during the hours around sunset and sunrise, when the boundary between day and night created natural instability in the spiritual environment. Reflections in water or mirrors might show images that did not correspond to physical reality, revealing glimpses of the Shadow Isles or the tormented souls trapped within the black mist's embrace. The human population in areas affected by developing corruption nodes would begin to experience collective symptoms that served as early warning signs for alert Sentinel observers. Sleep disturbances became common, with many residents reporting nightmares that seemed to share common elements, despite the dreamers having no contact with each other. Depression and despair would spread through communities like a contagious disease, while acts of violence and cruelty increased as the corrupting influence worked to weaken the social bonds that held civilized society together. Children proved particularly sensitive to the presence of corruption nodes, often displaying behavioral changes or speaking of imaginary friends who bore disturbing resemblances to the restless dead. Animals would abandon areas where nodes were forming, while plants and crops would fail despite apparently favorable growing conditions. Wells and streams might become tainted with an bitter taste that no amount of filtration could remove, while blessed objects would crack or tarnish when brought into the affected areas. The response protocols developed by the Sentinels for dealing with corruption nodes evolved through trial and error over many decades, as the Order learned to distinguish between different types of manifestations and develop appropriate countermeasures for each. The most important principle that emerged from this experience was the necessity of early intervention. Nodes that were allowed to fully establish themselves became exponentially more difficult to cleanse and could cause permanent damage to the spiritual fabric of their surrounding regions. The identification phase required teams of specially trained investigators who could recognize the subtle signs of emerging corruption before they became obvious to ordinary observers. These specialists, known as seekers, developed an almost supernatural sensitivity to spiritual disturbances, allowing them to detect the formation of corruption nodes days or even weeks before their presence would become apparent through conventional observation. Seekers operated in small groups, traveling constantly throughout their assigned territories and maintaining detailed records of the spiritual health of different regions. They learned to read the landscape like a book, identifying geological features, historical events, and population patterns that might make particular areas vulnerable to corruption. Their reports formed the basis for a comprehensive mapping project that attempted to predict where new nodes might appear and deploy preventive measures before manifestations could occur. Once a corruption node had been identified, the cleansing process required careful coordination between multiple teams of Sentinels working in concert to address both the spiritual and physical aspects of the contamination. The spiritual cleansing involved elaborate purification rituals that could take days or weeks to complete, during which teams of guardians would work in shifts to maintain constant pressure against the corrupting influence, while gradually rebuilding the natural barriers between life and death. The physical aspects of cleansing often proved equally challenging, as corruption nodes frequently manifested undead creatures that served as guardians for the spiritual anchor points that maintained the contamination. These entities were typically more intelligent and better organized than the mindless wraiths that characterized typical spectral incursions, requiring careful tactical planning and superior coordination to defeat. The most dangerous corruption nodes were those that had been deliberately created through dark rituals or malevolent magic, rather than arising naturally from tragedy or spiritual damage. These artificial nodes often incorporated defenses and countermeasures that had been specifically designed to resist Sentinel purification efforts, requiring innovative approaches and sometimes considerable sacrifice to overcome. The expansion of the Black Mist's influence through corruption nodes was not uniform across all regions of Runeterra, as certain areas proved more resistant to contamination than others. Regions with strong spiritual traditions, active religious communities, or natural features that promoted spiritual health were able to resist the formation of nodes or recover more quickly when contamination did occur. The Sentinels learned to work closely with local religious leaders and traditional healers in these resistant regions, sharing knowledge and techniques while learning from indigenous practices that had proven effective against supernatural threats. These partnerships often proved invaluable, as local knowledge of historical events, sacred sites, and traditional protective rituals could provide crucial insights into the spiritual geography of different areas. Conversely, certain regions proved particularly vulnerable to corruption, becoming focal points for node formation that required constant vigilance and regular cleansing operations. These areas often shared common characteristics: histories of warfare and violence, concentration of population in unsanitary conditions, or the presence of natural features that created instability and the boundary between the physical and spiritual worlds. The city-states and trading centers that served as hubs for commercial and cultural exchange presented particular challenges for Sentinel operations, as their dense populations and constant flow of visitors made it difficult to monitor spiritual conditions, while also increasing the potential consequences of any corruption that did manifest. The Order developed specialized urban teams trained to operate in these environments, using discretion and careful coordination with local authorities to address threats without causing public panic. The maritime aspects of the corruption spread created another set of unique challenges, as ships that had encountered the Black Mist in one location could carry contamination to distant ports before the effects became apparent. The Sentinels established inspection stations at major harbors and developed techniques for detecting and cleansing vessels that had been exposed to spectral influence during their voyages. The crews of contaminated ships often became unwitting carriers of corruption, spreading the influence through their interactions with port communities, even when they showed no obvious signs of supernatural taint themselves. This led to the development of quarantine protocols that balanced the need for thorough spiritual examination with the economic realities of maritime trade and the practical impossibility of completely isolating all potentially affected individuals. The gradual expansion of corruption also had profound effects on the natural world, as areas with established nodes began to experience ecological changes that reflected the growing influence of undeath. Forests would develop areas where no healthy plants could grow, creating dead zones that expanded slowly but relentlessly unless actively countered by sentinel intervention. Rivers and streams might change course to avoid contaminated areas, while migratory animals would alter their traditional routes to bypass regions where the boundary between life and death had been compromised. These environmental effects served as early warning systems for sentinel observers, but they also represented permanent damage to the spiritual ecosystem that proved difficult or impossible to fully reverse, even after successful cleansing operations. The accumulating impact of this damage created areas of lasting vulnerability that required ongoing monitoring and maintenance to prevent recontamination. The psychological impact of the spreading corruption on the general population created additional challenges for sentinel operations, as communities that had experienced contamination often developed persistent fears and superstitions that could interfere with daily life and economic activity. The Order found itself taking on educational and counseling roles, helping people understand the nature of the threats they faced, while providing practical guidance for recognizing and reporting signs of supernatural activity. The development of civilian early warning networks proved crucial for expanding the Sentinels' ability to respond quickly to emerging threats across their growing area of responsibility. These networks relied on trained volunteers who could recognize the signs of corruption while maintaining their normal roles within their communities, providing the Order with a vast intelligence apparatus that could detect problems in their earliest stages. Training these civilian observers required careful balance between providing enough information to make them effective while avoiding the creation of widespread panic or paranoia. The Sentinels developed standardized education programs that emphasized practical signs and symptoms while downplaying the more horrifying aspects of undead manifestations, focusing on empowerment rather than fear. The economic implications of the spreading corruption also required careful consideration, as areas that had been affected by contamination often suffered lasting damage to their commercial and agricultural productivity. The Sentinels found themselves working with merchants, farmers, and craftsmen to develop techniques for protecting their livelihoods while contributing to the early detection of supernatural threats. These partnerships proved mutually beneficial, as the practical knowledge and resources provided by civilian allies often proved invaluable for Sentinel operations, while the protection and assistance offered by the Order helped maintain economic stability in regions that might otherwise have been abandoned to the growing darkness. As the scope of the corruption spread became fully apparent, the Sentinel Order underwent fundamental organizational changes designed to address the global nature of the threat they faced. Regional commands were restructured to emphasize cooperation and resource sharing, while communication networks were expanded to ensure rapid coordination of responses to emerging crises. The development of rapid response teams that could be deployed to any location within days of receiving reports of contamination became a priority, requiring improvements in transportation, logistics, and intelligence analysis that pushed the Order's capabilities to their limits. These specialized units combined the skills of seekers, combat specialists, and purification experts in flexible formations that could adapt to the specific requirements of different types of corruption nodes. The training programs for new Sentinels were expanded to include comprehensive education about the various manifestations of spreading corruption, ensuring that every Guardian understood the global nature of their mission and possessed the skills necessary to operate effectively in unfamiliar territories and cultural contexts. As our contemplation of this ever-expanding shadow draws to a close, we are left with a sobering awareness of the persistent and adaptive nature of the darkness that the Sentinels fight against. The spreading corruption serves as a reminder that the forces of undeath are not static enemies that can be defeated once and forgotten, but dynamic threats that evolve and adapt in response to the measures taken against them. Yet in the face of this seemingly insurmountable challenge, the Sentinels have demonstrated remarkable resilience and ingenuity, developing new strategies and capabilities that have allowed them to contain and counter the spreading influence, while protecting countless innocent lives from supernatural harm. Their efforts remind us that even against overwhelming odds, dedicated individuals working together can make a meaningful difference in the struggle between light and darkness. The expansion of corruption across Runeterra also serves as a metaphor for the way that negative influences can spread through our own lives and communities if left unchecked, requiring constant vigilance and proactive intervention to prevent small problems from growing into overwhelming crises. In your own experience, what shadows have you seen spreading that require the light of awareness and action to contain? And how might your vigilance serve to protect not just yourself but others who depend on your watchfulness? Chapter 8. Fallen Heroes. In the sacred silence where memory becomes prayer and loss transforms into lasting legacy, we pause to honor those whose light was extinguished in service to others, yet whose radiance continues to guide and inspire all who follow in their footsteps. Tonight, as shadows gather and the eternal stars bear witness to our contemplation, let us explore the profound sorrow and transcendent beauty found in the stories of fallen sentinels, guardians whose ultimate sacrifice reminds us that some things are worth more than life itself, and whose memory serves as both mourning song and battle cry for those who continue the fight against darkness. The death of a sentinel represents more than simply the loss of a skilled warrior or dedicated guardian. Each fallen hero carries with them a unique collection of experiences, wisdom, relationships, and unfulfilled potential that can never be replaced or replicated. When that light is extinguished, the world becomes a little darker, a little more vulnerable, and the remaining guardians must somehow find the strength to fill the void left by their departed comrade, while continuing to face the same dangers that claimed their friend. The Sentinel's understanding of death and sacrifice has been shaped by centuries of loss and grief, evolving from simple military necessity into a complex philosophy that seeks to find meaning and purpose in even the most tragic circumstances. This understanding recognizes that, while death represents an ending in the physical realm, the spiritual essence of a true guardian continues to influence the world through the lives they touched, the knowledge they shared, and the example they set for others to follow. The memorial traditions that have developed within the Order reflect this dual nature of loss and continuity, creating ceremonies that honor the fallen while also strengthening the bonds between surviving guardians and renewing their commitment to the sacred cause. These rituals serve multiple purposes, providing emotional release for grieving comrades, preserving the memory and teachings of the departed, and reaffirming the shared values that unite all sentinels in their dangerous calling. The Hall of Eternal Light stands as the most sacred memorial within the primary sentinel stronghold, a vast chamber where the names of every fallen guardian are inscribed in letters of silver that catch and reflect even the faintest illumination. The walls themselves have been crafted from a special stone that naturally phosphoresces when exposed to the light of relic stones, creating an ever-changing display of gentle radiance that seems to breathe with the presence of those it commemorates. Within this hallowed space, each fallen sentinel is represented not merely by their name and dates of service, but by detailed accounts of their deeds, their character, and the circumstances of their final sacrifice. These records, meticulously maintained by Order scribes, serve as both historical documents and sources of inspiration for future generations of guardians who seek to understand what it truly means to serve the light with complete dedication. The most poignant section of the hall is reserved for those who died in what the Order terms perfect sacrifice, situations where a sentinel knowingly gave their life to save others, often facing certain death with full awareness of the choice they were making. These heroes are honored not because their deaths were more tragic than others, but because their final moments exemplified the highest ideals of the sentinel calling in their purest form. Among these perfect sacrifices, the story of Sentinel Liana Brightward has become legendary within the Order. Stationed at a coastal outpost during the early years of the corruption's spread, Liana detected signs of a massive undead incursion that threatened to overwhelm a nearby fishing village. With no time to wait for reinforcements and no hope of defeating the spectral army alone, she made the decision to channel the full power of her relic stone in a single devastating burst, that would destroy the attacking forces at the cost of her own life. The witnesses to her sacrifice described a pillar of pure light that reached from earth to sky, visible for dozens of miles in every direction, and accompanied by a sound like celestial music that seemed to sing of hope and redemption. When the radiance faded, the undead army had been completely banished, the village saved, and Lyanna's body found kneeling in prayer, her relic stone dark but unmarked, her face peaceful, as though she had simply fallen asleep while communing with divine forces. The investigation of Lyanna's sacrifice revealed something remarkable that has influenced Sentinel understanding of perfect sacrifice ever since. Her relic stone, though drained of its light, had not been destroyed as might have been expected from such a massive expenditure of power. Instead, it had somehow preserved within its crystalline matrix an echo of her final moments, a recording of her thoughts, emotions, and spiritual state as she made the ultimate choice to place others' lives above her own. This discovery led to the development of techniques for accessing these preserved memories, allowing the wisdom and experience of fallen heroes to continue serving the Order long after their physical deaths. The process requires exceptional skill and spiritual preparation, as exposure to the intense emotions and experiences of a dying sentinel can overwhelm unprepared minds. But for those capable of safely making the connection, these memorial stones provide invaluable guidance and inspiration. The story of Captain Marcus Dawnstrider illustrates another aspect of heroic sacrifice, the burden of command, and the terrible choices that leaders must sometimes make to protect those under their care. During a major spectral incursion that threatened to overrun an entire region, Marcus found himself commanding a mixed force of sentinels and civilian volunteers in a desperate fighting retreat toward a fortified sanctuary. As the evacuation progressed, it became clear that the undead forces were moving too quickly for all the refugees to reach safety before being overtaken. Marcus made the agonizing decision to lead a small group of volunteers in a delaying action that would buy precious time for the main column to escape, knowing that such a sacrifice would almost certainly result in their deaths. The volunteers who joined Marcus in this final stand included not only experienced sentinels, but also ordinary civilians, farmers, merchants, and craftsmen who had taken up arms to protect their families and neighbors. Together, they held a strategic bridge for nearly 6 hours against overwhelming odds, their relic stones blazing like beacons as they channeled everything they had into maintaining barriers of light that kept the undead at bay. When the position finally fell, Marcus and his volunteers had succeeded in their mission. The main evacuation column had reached safety, carrying with them over 3,000 refugees who would have otherwise perished. The bridge itself became a site of pilgrimage for the Order, marked by a memorial that bears the names of all who died there, along with the simple inscription. They chose love over fear, sacrifice over safety, light over darkness. The emotional toll of such losses on surviving sentinels cannot be understated, as the bonds formed between guardians often transcend ordinary friendship to become spiritual connections that allow them to function as unified instruments of divine will. When these bonds are severed by death, the surviving partners often experience a grief so profound that it can temporarily compromise their ability to channel their relic stones effectively. The Order has developed specialized counseling and support systems to help surviving guardians process their grief while maintaining their effectiveness as protectors of the light. These programs recognize that mourning is not a weakness to be overcome, but a natural and necessary response to loss that must be acknowledged and worked through before healing can begin. The concept of grief duty has emerged as one way for mourning sentinels to channel their emotions constructively while honoring their fallen comrades. This involves taking on specific responsibilities related to preserving and sharing the memory of the deceased, maintaining their personal shrine, teaching their techniques to new recruits, or completing unfinished projects that the fallen guardian had been working on at the time of their death. These grief duties serve multiple purposes within the Order's culture. They provide mourning guardians with concrete ways to maintain connections with their lost comrades, while contributing meaningfully to the ongoing mission. They ensure that the knowledge and experience of fallen heroes is not lost, but continues to benefit the Order through direct transmission to those who knew them best. Perhaps most importantly, they transform paralyzing grief into purposeful action, allowing the bereaved to find meaning in their loss while continuing to serve the cause their friend died protecting. The children of fallen Sentinels occupy a special place within the Order's extended family, as these young people have often paid a price for their parents' calling that they had no choice in accepting. While the Order does not automatically recruit the children of Guardians, many choose to follow in their parents' footsteps as a way of honoring their sacrifice and continuing their legacy of service. These heritage Sentinels, as they are sometimes called, often display an intuitive understanding of the Order's values and traditions that comes from growing up surrounded by Guardians and being exposed to the philosophy of service from their earliest years. However, they also face unique challenges, as they must establish their own identities and prove their worth independently of their family connections, while dealing with the weight of expectations that comes from bearing a heroic name. The training programs for heritage candidates have been specially designed to address these challenges, providing mentorship and guidance that helps them develop their own strengths and capabilities, while honoring the memory of their fallen parents. These programs emphasize that each Guardian must find their own path to service, even when that path leads through the shadows cast by legendary predecessors. The impact of fallen heroes extends far beyond the immediate circle of the Sentinel Order, as their stories often inspire ordinary civilians to acts of courage and selflessness that help strengthen the overall resistance to supernatural threats. The tale of Sentinel Elena Starweaver, who sacrificed herself to save a village from a plague of wraiths, became the subject of songs and stories that spread throughout the region, inspiring others to stand firm against darkness rather than fleeing in terror. These cultural impacts represent one of the most important legacies of fallen Sentinels, as they demonstrate to the general population that heroism and sacrifice are not supernatural qualities available only to those with mystical weapons, but choices that any individual can make when faced with the opportunity to help others. The memory of fallen Guardians serves as proof that ordinary people can rise to extraordinary heights when circumstances demand it. The preservation of fallen Sentinels' personal effects and writings has become an important scholarly pursuit within the Order, as these materials often contain insights and wisdom that can benefit future generations of Guardians. Personal journals, training notes, tactical observations, and spiritual reflections provide windows into the minds and hearts of those who gave everything for the cause, revealing the human struggles and triumphs that lay behind their heroic deeds. The study of these documents has revealed common patterns in the development of truly great Sentinels: periods of doubt and questioning followed by renewed commitment, the gradual deepening of understanding about the nature of light and darkness, and the evolution from seeing their calling as a duty to embracing it as a privilege and joy. These insights have been incorporated into training programs and mentorship practices, helping new Guardians navigate their own spiritual journeys more effectively. Perhaps the most profound aspect of the fallen heroes' legacy lies in the way their sacrifice continues to generate light even after their physical deaths. The memorial services held in their honor, the stories told about their deeds, and the inspiration drawn from their example all serve to strengthen the resolve of living Guardians and remind them of the nobility of their calling. The Order has developed a tradition known as the Passing of Light that takes place during major memorial ceremonies. During these rituals, the relic stones of attending Sentinels begin to resonate in harmony, creating displays of radiance that seem to reach toward the heavens, as though attempting to reconnect with the spiritual essence of those being honored. Witnesses describe these moments as deeply moving experiences that provide tangible evidence of the continued presence and influence of fallen heroes. The philosophy that has emerged from centuries of honoring fallen Guardians emphasizes that death in service to the light is not a defeat or failure, but a transformation that allows a Sentinel's influence to expand beyond the limitations of physical existence. This understanding does not minimize the tragedy of loss or encourage reckless sacrifice, but rather provides comfort and meaning to those who must continue fighting while knowing that they too may someday pay the ultimate price. The training of new Sentinels includes extensive education about the fallen heroes of the Order, not as a morbid fascination with death, but as essential preparation for understanding what they are joining and what may be asked of them. These lessons emphasize that heroism is not about seeking death or glory, but about maintaining dedication to protecting others regardless of personal cost. The practical aspects of dealing with fallen comrades also require careful attention, as the recovery of bodies and equipment from dangerous situations often involves significant risks that must be weighed against the strategic situation and the safety of living guardians. The Order has developed protocols for these situations that balance the desire to honor the dead with the necessity of protecting the living. When recovery operations are possible, they are conducted with elaborate ceremony and careful attention to preserving the dignity of the fallen. The bodies of deceased Sentinels are treated with reverence and prepared for burial according to rituals that honor both their service and their spiritual beliefs. Their weapons and equipment are cleaned, blessed, and either retired to memorial status or carefully reassigned to new guardians who will carry on their legacy. In situations where recovery is impossible due to ongoing danger or the complete destruction of remains, memorial services are held using symbolic representations. Empty armor, arranged in the fallen guardian's preferred configuration, their personal effects arranged as though they had simply stepped away temporarily, or artistic representations that capture their essential character and spirit. As our contemplation of these fallen heroes draws to a gentle close, we are left with a profound sense of gratitude for those who chose to stand between the innocent and the darkness, knowing full well the price that might be demanded of them. Their sacrifice reminds us that some values transcend individual survival, that love for others can overcome the most fundamental instinct for self-preservation, and that true heroism lies not in the absence of fear, but in the decision to act rightly, despite that fear. The fallen Sentinels teach us that death is not the opposite of life, but its completion, and that a life lived in service to others creates ripples of positive influence that continue long after the individual has passed beyond our sight. Their memory serves as both inspiration and challenge, calling us to examine our own commitments and asking whether we too would be willing to make such sacrifices for the things we claim to value most. In your own journey through life, whose sacrifice has lit the way for your steps, and how might your own choices honor their memory, while creating a legacy that could inspire others who will follow after you. Chapter 9. Modern Awakening. In the turning of ages where ancient wisdom meets contemporary necessity, we find ourselves witnessing a remarkable renaissance within the Sentinel Order, a time when new voices join the eternal chorus of those who guard against the darkness. As we settle into this moment of quiet reflection, let us explore how the modern era has breathed fresh life into traditions that stretch back through the mists of time, bringing together seasoned veterans with passionate newcomers whose unique perspectives and experiences are reshaping what it means to be a guardian of the light in our current age. The modern awakening of the Sentinel Order began not with grand proclamations or dramatic recruiting campaigns, but with the gradual recognition that the world itself was changing in ways that demanded new approaches to ancient problems. The spread of civilization, the advancement of technology, and the evolution of human society had created conditions that made traditional Sentinel methods less effective, while simultaneously opening new avenues for both corruption and protection. The catalyst for this transformation came through the arrival of individuals whose personal experiences with loss and supernatural horror had awakened within them an unquenchable desire to prevent others from suffering similar fates. Unlike the mystical callings that had drawn earlier generations to the Order, these modern recruits often came seeking the Sentinels rather than being sought by them, driven by profound personal motivations that gave their dedication an intensity and focus that impressed even veteran guardians. The story of Senna exemplifies this new generation of guardians whose path to the light was forged through darkness and suffering. Her imprisonment within Thresh's lantern, existing for years as a conscious soul trapped in a realm of spiritual torment, provided her with insights into the nature of undeath and the Shadow Isles that no amount of traditional training could have imparted. When she finally escaped that prison, she brought with her not only determination for revenge, but a deep understanding of how the cursed realm operated and what might be done to counter its influence more effectively. Senna's unique perspective, gained through direct exposure to the heart of the Shadow Isles' corruption, challenged many long-held assumptions within the Sentinel Order about the nature of undeath and the possibilities for redemption. Her experiences suggested that not all souls trapped within the Black Mist were beyond salvation, and that careful, targeted interventions might be able to free some of the tormented spirits rather than simply banishing them to continue their suffering in other forms. The integration of Senna into the formal Sentinel hierarchy required significant adaptation on both sides, as her unconventional background and intense personal motivation for fighting the undead sometimes conflicted with the Order's traditional emphasis on detached, selfless service. However, her undeniable effectiveness in combat against spectral entities, combined with her intimate knowledge of their weaknesses and behavioral patterns, made her an invaluable asset that the Order could not afford to ignore. The partnership between Senna and Lucien represented another significant development in modern Sentinel culture, as their relationship demonstrated that personal bonds and emotional connections could enhance rather than compromise the effectiveness of Guardians working together. Traditional Sentinel doctrine had emphasized the importance of maintaining emotional distance to avoid the kind of personal attachments that might cloud judgment or compromise decision-making during critical situations. Lucien's journey from a traditionally trained Sentinel following established protocols to a Guardian driven by love and loss to recover his imprisoned wife challenged the Order's understanding of what motivated truly exceptional dedication to the cause. His relentless pursuit of Thresh across multiple continents, his willingness to take extraordinary risks to free Senna, and his eventual success in that impossible mission provided powerful evidence that personal motivation could complement rather than conflict with the broader mission of protecting the innocent. The tactical innovations that emerged from Senna and Lucien's unique partnership have been studied and adapted by Sentinel teams across the world, as their combination of conventional light magic with Senna's shadow-infused abilities demonstrated new possibilities for countering undead threats. Their coordinated fighting style, which seamlessly blended offensive and defensive techniques while allowing each partner to cover the other's vulnerabilities, became a model for other paired Guardian teams seeking to maximize their effectiveness. The arrival of these modern heroes also coincided with a broader reassessment of the Sentinel Order's relationship with the wider world, as changing political and social conditions made the traditional policy of operating in secrecy increasingly difficult to maintain. The expansion of literacy, the development of faster communication methods, and the growing interconnectedness of human society meant that supernatural incidents were more likely to be recorded, discussed, and investigated by people outside the Order. This increased visibility created both challenges and opportunities for the Sentinels, as public awareness of their existence could lead to interference from political authorities or unwanted attention from those who might seek to exploit their capabilities for personal gain. However, it also opened possibilities for broader cooperation with civilian institutions and the recruitment of talented individuals who might never have encountered the Order under traditional circumstances. The modern era has seen the emergence of what scholars within the Order term technological integration, the careful adaptation of contemporary innovations to enhance Sentinel capabilities without compromising the spiritual foundations of their mission. This has included the development of communication devices that combine mystical resonance with mechanical engineering, transportation methods that allow rapid deployment of Guardians across vast distances, and information management systems that help coordinate the Order's global operations more effectively. Perhaps the most significant innovation has been the creation of hybrid sanctuaries that incorporate both traditional blessing rituals and modern defensive technologies, creating safe havens that can protect larger numbers of civilians while requiring fewer Sentinels to maintain their security. These facilities represent a departure from the isolated monastery-like strongholds of earlier eras, instead serving as community centers that provide multiple services while maintaining their primary function as refuges during supernatural emergencies. The training programs for modern Sentinel recruits have been extensively revised to address the unique challenges and opportunities of contemporary service, while still maintaining the core spiritual and combat disciplines that form the foundation of Guardian capabilities. New curricula include instruction in urban operations, technology integration, cultural sensitivity for operating in diverse societies, and psychological preparation for dealing with the increased scrutiny and expectations that come with greater public awareness. The integration of modern recruits from diverse backgrounds has enriched the Order's understanding of different cultural approaches to dealing with supernatural threats, as new Guardians bring with them traditional knowledge and practices from their home regions that can complement established Sentinel techniques. This cross-pollination of ideas has led to innovations in protective rituals, meditation practices, and community engagement strategies that have enhanced the Order's effectiveness across multiple domains. The modern awakening has also seen a significant increase in the number of women joining the Sentinel ranks, as changing social attitudes have made it more acceptable for women to pursue dangerous careers and take leadership roles in traditionally male-dominated organizations. Female Guardians like Senna have demonstrated that their unique perspectives and capabilities can contribute significantly to the Order's mission, leading to the development of more inclusive recruiting and training practices. The psychological profile of modern Sentinel recruits shows interesting differences from their historical predecessors, as contemporary Guardians are more likely to come from urban backgrounds, to have experienced formal education, and to bring with them skills in communication, organization, and strategic thinking that complement the traditional warrior-monk archetype. These diverse skill sets have enabled the Order to expand its activities beyond direct combat operations to include research, education, and community development initiatives. The role of technology in modern Sentinel operations extends beyond simple tools and equipment to encompass new ways of thinking about the fundamental challenges of protecting humanity from supernatural threats. Digital communication networks allow for rapid coordination of responses across global distances, while advanced transportation systems enable the deployment of specialist teams to emerging crisis situations within hours rather than weeks. Data analysis techniques borrowed from military and commercial applications have revolutionized the Order's approach to threat assessment and resource allocation, allowing commanders to identify patterns in supernatural activity that might not be apparent through traditional observation methods. These analytical capabilities have proven particularly valuable in predicting the formation of corruption nodes and coordinating preventive interventions before major incidents can develop. The establishment of formal partnerships with governmental and international organizations represents another major development in the modern era, as the Sentinels have gradually moved away from their traditional stance of operating independently of political authorities. These partnerships provide access to resources and intelligence that can enhance the Order's effectiveness, while also ensuring that their activities remain coordinated with broader security and humanitarian efforts. However, these collaborations also create new challenges, as the Sentinels must balance their commitment to political neutrality with the practical necessities of working within existing power structures. The Order has developed strict protocols for maintaining their independence, while accepting assistance from external organizations, ensuring that their sacred mission is not compromised by political considerations or conflicting agendas. The modern era has also seen the development of specialized Sentinel units focused on particular aspects of the supernatural threat, reflecting both the growing complexity of the challenges they face and the diverse skill sets of contemporary recruits. Research teams investigate the theoretical foundations of undeath and corruption, while rapid response units specialize in emergency interventions during crisis situations. Support specialists focus on civilian protection and community engagement, while intelligence analysts work to predict and prevent future manifestations of supernatural danger. This specialization has required significant changes in the Order's training and career development systems, as Guardians now have opportunities to develop expertise in particular areas while still maintaining the core competencies that define all Sentinels. The result has been a more diverse and capable organization that can address a wider range of challenges while maintaining the spiritual unity and shared purpose that have always characterized the Order. The integration of modern medical and psychological knowledge has also transformed the Order's approach to caring for its members, as contemporary understanding of trauma, stress, and recovery has led to improved support systems for guardians dealing with the inevitable psychological toll of their dangerous calling. Mental health services, peer support networks, and stress management techniques have been incorporated into standard Sentinel welfare programs, recognizing that maintaining the emotional and psychological well-being of guardians is essential for the Order's long-term effectiveness. The modern awakening has brought with it a renewed emphasis on the Order's educational mission, as contemporary Sentinels recognize that public understanding and cooperation are essential for effectively countering supernatural threats in an interconnected world. Educational outreach programs, public information campaigns, and community engagement initiatives have become standard components of Sentinel operations in many regions, helping to build broader networks of awareness and cooperation. These educational efforts face the challenge of providing useful information about supernatural threats while avoiding the creation of widespread panic or the disclosure of sensitive operational details that might be exploited by hostile forces. The Order has developed sophisticated communication strategies that balance transparency with security, providing the public with the knowledge they need to recognize and report dangerous situations while protecting the methods and capabilities that make Sentinel operations effective. The recruitment of modern Sentinels has also been revolutionized through the use of contemporary selection and assessment techniques that can identify individuals with the necessary spiritual sensitivity and moral character, while evaluating their potential for development within the Order's demanding environment. Psychological profiling, aptitude testing, and intensive interview processes have been combined with traditional mystical evaluation methods to create comprehensive assessment programs that can identify the most promising candidates from larger and more diverse applicant pools. The diversity of contemporary Sentinel recruitment has created challenges in maintaining the Order's traditional unity and shared culture, as guardians from different backgrounds bring with them varying perspectives on duty, sacrifice, and the nature of heroism. However, this diversity has also proven to be a source of strength, as different viewpoints and experiences contribute to more creative and effective solutions to complex problems. The modern era has seen the emergence of what might be called citizen sentinels, individuals who, while not formally inducted into the Order, work closely with official guardians to provide support, intelligence, and assistance during supernatural emergencies. These volunteers, drawn from various professional and social backgrounds, represent a new model of civilian-military cooperation that extends the Order's capabilities while maintaining appropriate boundaries between trained guardians and well-meaning but unprepared civilians. As our exploration of this modern awakening draws to a thoughtful close, we can see how the ancient mission of the Sentinels has been revitalized and strengthened through the infusion of new perspectives, technologies, and approaches that honor the past, while embracing the possibilities of the present. The Order's ability to adapt and evolve while maintaining its core values and spiritual foundations demonstrates the timeless relevance of their calling and the enduring human need for guardians who will stand against the darkness. The modern awakening reminds us that each generation must find its own way of serving eternal values, bringing fresh energy and insight to challenges that transcend any particular historical moment. The Sentinels of today build upon the sacrifices and wisdom of their predecessors, while forging new paths that will serve as foundations for the guardians of tomorrow. In your own time and circumstances, how do you honor the wisdom of those who came before, while bringing your unique gifts and perspectives to bear on the challenges of the present? And what legacy are you building for those who will follow in your footsteps? Chapter 10. The Network of Light. In the vast tapestry of connection that spans continents and crosses oceans, we discover one of the Sentinel Order's greatest achievements, a living network of communication, cooperation, and mutual support that binds guardians across the world into a unified force against darkness. As we gather in this quiet hour of contemplation, let us explore how isolated outposts evolved into nodes of an interconnected web of light, creating a system of coordination and response that transforms individual acts of heroism into a global symphony of protection and hope. The concept of a unified Sentinel network emerged gradually from the harsh lessons learned during the Great Harrowing, when the breakdown of communication and coordination had left isolated commands to face overwhelming threats without the support and reinforcement that might have saved countless lives. The survivors of that catastrophe understood that the Order's traditional model of independent regional operations, while preserving autonomy and flexibility, had also created dangerous vulnerabilities that their enemies had learned to exploit with devastating effectiveness. The architecture of the network that emerged from this recognition represented a fundamental reimagining of how the Sentinels could organize themselves to maximize their collective strength, while preserving the individual initiative and spiritual freedom that had always characterized their calling. Rather than creating a rigid hierarchy with centralized command and control, the designers of this system sought to build something more organic, a web of relationships and connections that could adapt and reconfigure itself in response to changing threats and circumstances. The physical infrastructure of the network of light consists of strategically positioned strongholds, outposts, and way stations that serve as communication relays, supply depots, and coordination centers for Sentinel operations across their areas of responsibility. These installations were carefully sited to take advantage of natural features that enhance the transmission of mystical communications, while providing defensible positions that could serve as refuges during emergency situations. The primary strongholds function as regional headquarters, each responsible for coordinating Sentinel activities across vast geographic areas, while maintaining specialized capabilities that can be called upon by other regions when needed. These massive installations represent the accumulated wisdom and resources of centuries of Sentinel operations, containing libraries of tactical and spiritual knowledge, workshops for creating and maintaining sacred weapons, training facilities for new recruits, and sanctuaries where guardians can rest and recover between missions. The architectural design of these strongholds reflects both practical military considerations and deep spiritual symbolism, with their layouts based on sacred geometric patterns that enhance the flow of divine energy, while creating defensive advantages against supernatural attackers. The buildings themselves are constructed using techniques that blend conventional engineering with mystical enhancement, creating structures that are both physically imposing and spiritually uplifting to those who dwell within them. The secondary outposts that form the backbone of the communication network are smaller installations, typically staffed by teams of experienced Sentinels who serve as local commanders and coordination specialists. These positions are strategically located along major travel routes, at important river crossings, and near population centers that require regular monitoring and protection. Each outpost maintains contact with its neighboring installations and the regional stronghold, creating overlapping fields of communication that ensure redundancy and reliability. The way stations represent the most numerous element of the network, consisting of small facilities that may be staffed by only one or two guardians, but serve crucial roles in maintaining communication links and providing shelter for traveling Sentinels. Many of these installations are disguised as ordinary buildings, inns, trading posts, or religious shrines, allowing them to operate without drawing unwanted attention, while still fulfilling their essential functions within the broader network. The communication systems that link these various installations represent marvels of both mystical engineering and practical innovation, combining traditional methods of long-distance signaling with techniques that harness the unique properties of relic stones and blessed materials. The primary means of rapid communication relies on networks of signal towers, equipped with specially prepared crystals that can resonate across vast distances when activated by guardians with appropriate training and equipment. These resonance crystals are carefully attuned to specific frequencies that correspond to different types of messages and priority levels, allowing operators to transmit not just words, but complex, emotional, and tactical information with remarkable speed and clarity. An experienced communications specialist can convey detailed battle reports, request specific types of assistance, or coordinate multi-regional operations using coded sequences that compress hours of conventional briefing into minutes of crystal-transmitted data. The backup communication systems employ more conventional but reliable methods that can function even when mystical communications are disrupted by supernatural interference or enemy action. Networks of trained messenger birds, courier routes, staffed by trusted civilian allies, and carefully maintained supply lines ensure that even the most isolated outposts can maintain contact with the broader organization under emergency conditions. The coordination protocols that govern network operations have been refined through decades of practical experience and careful study of both successful operations and tragic failures. These procedures balance the need for unified response to major threats with the importance of maintaining local autonomy and initiative, creating frameworks that guide decision-making without stifling the creativity and adaptation that often prove crucial in supernatural combat. The threat assessment and response systems that operate through the network employ sophisticated analysis techniques that can identify patterns and connections that might not be apparent to individual observers working in isolation. Regional intelligence centers collect and correlate reports from across their areas of responsibility, while specialized analytical teams at the major strongholds work to identify broader trends and emerging threats that might require coordinated responses. When significant threats are identified, the network's response mechanisms can mobilize resources from across multiple regions with remarkable speed and efficiency. Rapid deployment teams can be assembled and dispatched within hours of receiving threat assessments, while support elements coordinate logistics, intelligence, and specialized equipment to ensure that responding forces have everything they need to address whatever challenges they might encounter. The resource-sharing capabilities built into the network allow regions with surplus capacity to provide assistance to areas facing overwhelming demands, creating a system of mutual support that ensures no single region bears the full burden of major supernatural threats. This sharing extends beyond military assets to include specialized knowledge, trained personnel, blessed materials, and even relic stones in extreme circumstances where their deployment might make the difference between victory and catastrophe. The training and personnel exchange programs that operate through the network serve multiple purposes within the broader Sentinel organization, providing opportunities for professional development, while also ensuring that knowledge and best practices are shared across all regions. Young Guardians often spend portions of their training periods at installations far from their home regions, exposing them to different approaches and techniques, while building personal relationships that strengthen the bonds between different elements of the network. These exchange programs also serve as informal mechanisms for identifying and developing leadership talent within the Order, as promising Guardians are given opportunities to work with different commanders and observe various operational styles. The cross-pollination of ideas and techniques that results from these exchanges has contributed significantly to the overall improvement of Sentinel capabilities and effectiveness. The research and development functions distributed throughout the network ensure that innovations and improvements in tactics, equipment, and spiritual practices are rapidly disseminated to all elements of the organization. Specialized research teams at major strongholds work on long-term projects related to understanding supernatural threats and developing new countermeasures, while field units contribute practical insights and tactical innovations developed through direct combat experience. The network's information management systems have evolved from simple record-keeping and message transmission to sophisticated databases that track threat patterns, resource availability, personnel assignments, and operational effectiveness across the entire organization. These systems allow commanders at all levels to make informed decisions based on comprehensive understanding of both local conditions and broader organizational capabilities. The civilian interface elements of the network represent one of its most important but least visible components, consisting of the relationships, partnerships, and informal alliances that connect the Sentinel organization to the broader human society it serves to protect. These connections provide early warning of emerging threats, intelligence about supernatural activity, and logistical support, that enables Sentinel operations while also ensuring that the Order's activities remain aligned with the needs and values of the populations they defend. The maintenance of these civilian relationships requires careful attention to cultural sensitivity and local customs, as Guardians operating in diverse regions must adapt their approaches to work effectively within very different social and political contexts. The network includes specialists in cultural liaison and community engagement who help ensure that Sentinel operations support rather than disrupt the social fabric of the areas where they operate. The financial and logistical systems that to support network operations represent complex achievements in organizational management, as the Order must maintain sufficient resources to support global operations while avoiding dependence on any particular political or economic authority that might compromise their independence. Diversified funding sources, strategic resource stockpiling, and careful financial planning ensure that the network can continue functioning even during periods of political instability or economic disruption. The security measures that protect the network from infiltration, subversion, and attack employ both conventional counterintelligence techniques and mystical protections designed to detect and counter supernatural threats to the organization's integrity. These systems must balance the need for security with the importance of maintaining open communication and cooperation, creating frameworks that protect sensitive information while still allowing for the rapid sharing of tactical intelligence. The redundancy and resilience built into the network's design ensure that it can continue functioning even when significant portions are compromised or destroyed by enemy action. Multiple backup systems, alternative communication routes, and distributed decision-making authority mean that the loss of any single installation or command element cannot cripple the organization's overall capability to respond to threats. The quality control and standardization efforts that operate through the network help ensure that all elements of the organization maintain consistent standards of training, equipment, and operational effectiveness while still allowing for regional adaptation and innovation. Regular inspections, standardized testing procedures, and peer review systems help identify areas where improvements are needed while recognizing and disseminating best practices. The morale and welfare support systems that function through the network recognize that maintaining the spiritual and emotional well-being of Guardians is essential for the organization's long-term effectiveness. These systems provide counseling services, peer support networks, recreational opportunities, and spiritual guidance that help individual Sentinels cope with the unique stresses and challenges of their dangerous calling. The network's role in preserving and transmitting the Order's cultural heritage ensures that the traditions, values, and accumulated wisdom of previous generations remain available to current and future Guardians. Digital archives, traveling exhibitions, mentorship programs, and cultural exchange initiatives help maintain the spiritual unity and shared identity that bind all Sentinels together, despite their geographic dispersion and diverse backgrounds. The adaptation and evolution mechanisms built into the network allow it to respond to changing conditions and emerging challenges without losing its essential character or abandoning its core mission. Regular review processes, experimental programs, and feedback systems ensure that the organization continues to learn and improve while maintaining the stability and reliability that people depend upon. The integration of modern technology into the network's operations has enhanced its capabilities while creating new challenges related to security, reliability, and maintaining the spiritual foundations that give the organization its unique effectiveness. Careful balance between technological advancement and traditional practices ensures that innovations serve the Order's mission rather than compromising its essential nature. As our exploration of this remarkable network of light draws to a peaceful close, we can appreciate the extraordinary achievement it represents, the transformation of a collection of isolated Guardians into a unified global force that can respond to threats anywhere in the world while maintaining the personal dedication and spiritual purity that define individual Sentinels. This network demonstrates how individual excellence can be multiplied through cooperation and coordination without sacrificing the qualities that make such excellence possible in the first place. The network of light serves as a powerful reminder that even the most dedicated individuals achieve their greatest impact when they work together toward common goals, supporting each other's efforts while contributing their unique gifts and capabilities to shared endeavors. It shows us that true strength comes not from isolation and self-reliance, but from the willingness to form meaningful connections with others who share our deepest values and commitments. In your own life and work, what networks of support and cooperation do you participate in, and how might you contribute more effectively to the collective efforts that serve purposes greater than any individual achievement? Chapter 11. Eternal Vigil. In the profound stillness where understanding meets acceptance and mortal purpose encounters infinite responsibility, we arrive at perhaps the deepest truth that defines the Sentinel calling, the recognition that their sacred duty extends beyond any single lifetime, any particular crisis, or any hope of final victory. As we settle into this contemplative moment, let us explore the philosophical weight that rests upon the shoulders of those who have chosen to stand eternal watch against forces that may never be fully defeated, and discover how they find meaning, purpose, and even joy in a mission that demands everything while promising no end. The concept of eternal vigil represents more than simply a commitment to long-term service or dedication to an ongoing cause. For the Sentinels, it encompasses a fundamental acceptance that the balance between light and darkness, life and death, hope and despair, requires constant maintenance and protection. This understanding transforms their role from that of warriors fighting to win a war into something far more profound, guardians maintaining the very conditions that allow life, love, and meaning to exist in a universe where such things are neither guaranteed nor naturally preserved. The philosophical burden of accepting this eternal responsibility has challenged every generation of Sentinels since the Order's founding, forcing each guardian to confront questions that most people never need to consider. What does it mean to dedicate one's life to a cause that may never achieve final success? How does one find motivation and meaning in work that by its very nature can never be completed? What sustains the human spirit when faced with the knowledge that the darkness they fight will outlast not only their individual lives but potentially their entire civilization? The answers to these profound questions have evolved through centuries of contemplation, sacrifice, and hard-won wisdom, creating a philosophical framework that allows Sentinels to embrace their calling with joy rather than despair, purpose rather than futility. This framework rests on several fundamental insights that transform the apparent hopelessness of eternal struggle into sources of strength and meaning that sustain guardians through the darkest moments of their service. The first of these insights is the understanding that meaning in life comes not from achieving final goals, but from the quality of effort and intention brought to worthy pursuits. A Sentinel learns to find fulfillment in the act of standing watch itself, in the knowledge that their vigilance allows countless others to live their lives free from the terror and suffering that supernatural threats would otherwise bring. Each peaceful night that families enjoy, each moment of joy that children experience, each act of love that flourishes in safety, represents a victory that justifies the guardian's sacrifice regardless of whether larger goals are ever achieved. This perspective reframes the entire concept of success and failure, as it recognizes that the ultimate purpose of the Sentinel calling is not to eliminate evil from the world, but to create and preserve spaces where good can flourish. A single village protected from spectral attack, one tormented soul granted peaceful rest, or even just a moment of hope kindled in the heart of someone who had lost faith in the possibility of protection. These seemingly small achievements become profound affirmations of the value and importance of the Guardian's mission. The second philosophical pillar that supports the Sentinel worldview is the recognition that their eternal vigil is part of a larger cosmic pattern that extends far beyond human understanding, but operates according to principles of balance and harmony that can be trusted, even when they cannot be fully comprehended. This understanding allows guardians to see themselves as participants in a divine plan that encompasses all existence, playing their assigned roles with dedication while trusting that their individual efforts contribute to purposes that transcend their ability to perceive or measure. This cosmic perspective helps Sentinels maintain their sense of purpose even when facing setbacks, losses, or apparent defeats that might otherwise crush their morale and determination. They learn to view temporary failures as part of larger cycles of struggle and renewal that have operated since the beginning of time, understanding that their role is to remain faithful to their calling regardless of immediate circumstances or visible outcomes. The third fundamental insight that sustains Sentinels through their eternal vigil is the understanding that their dedication creates ripples of positive influence that extend far beyond their direct actions and immediate sphere of operation. Every act of courage, sacrifice, and selfless service performed by a guardian inspires others to similar heights of moral behavior, creating expanding circles of positive influence that can transform entire communities and even civilizations over time. This understanding transforms individual Sentinels from isolated warriors into catalysts for broader human moral development, as their examples demonstrate the possibility of rising above self-interest and personal survival to serve higher purposes. The knowledge that their choices and actions continue to influence the world long after their individual lives have ended provides a form of immortality that transcends physical death and connects each guardian to a legacy that grows stronger with each passing generation. The practical implications of embracing eternal vigil manifest in every aspect of Sentinel life and culture, from the daily routines that maintain readiness and spiritual discipline to the long-term planning that ensures the Order's survival and effectiveness across centuries of changing conditions. Guardians learn to balance the immediate demands of their dangerous calling with the patient work of building institutions, relationships, and traditions that will serve future generations of protectors. This balance requires developing what Sentinel philosophers term temporal perspective, the ability to think and act simultaneously on multiple timescales, addressing urgent current needs, while also considering how present decisions will affect the Order's capabilities and mission decades or centuries in the future. This perspective influences everything from resource allocation and training programs to the development of new tactics and the preservation of ancient wisdom. The emotional and psychological challenges of maintaining eternal vigil require sophisticated support systems and coping mechanisms that help individual guardians process the weight of their responsibility without becoming overwhelmed by its magnitude. The Order has developed extensive practices of meditation, reflection, and spiritual guidance that help guardians maintain their emotional equilibrium while fully accepting the scope of their calling. These practices recognize that the human psyche was not naturally designed to carry the burden of eternal responsibility, and that without proper support and guidance, even the most dedicated individuals can succumb to despair, burnout, or the various forms of spiritual corruption that arise when people attempt to bear more than they are capable of handling alone. The wisdom accumulated through centuries of experience provides frameworks for understanding these challenges and techniques for overcoming them. The concept of sacred duty cycles has emerged as one of the most important elements in managing the psychological demands of eternal vigil. Rather than expecting individual guardians to maintain peak vigilance and readiness indefinitely, the Order has learned to structure service in patterns that allow for periods of intense activity followed by intervals of rest, reflection, and renewal. These cycles recognize the natural rhythms of human energy and motivation while ensuring that the overall mission continues without interruption. During active duty periods, Sentinels focus their energy on immediate operational responsibilities, patrolling assigned territories, responding to supernatural threats, training new recruits, and maintaining equipment and facilities. These periods are characterized by high alertness, physical exertion, and the kind of focused dedication that can be sustained for limited periods, but would eventually exhaust even the most committed individuals if maintained indefinitely. The contemplative periods that follow active duty allow guardians to step back from immediate operational concerns and engage in the deeper spiritual and philosophical work that sustains their long-term commitment to the eternal vigil. These intervals provide opportunities for study, meditation, artistic expression, the cultivation of relationships and interests that help maintain psychological health and provide sources of meaning beyond the demands of duty. The integration of these duty cycles with the broader organizational structure of the Sentinel network ensures that the Order maintains operational effectiveness while also protecting the well-being of individual guardians. Regional commands coordinate their personnel rotations to ensure adequate coverage during all periods, while also providing opportunities for experienced guardians to share their knowledge and insights with colleagues who may be struggling with the philosophical challenges of their calling. The mentorship relationships that develop within this framework serve crucial roles in transmitting not just tactical knowledge and spiritual techniques, but the deeper wisdom about finding meaning and purpose in eternal service that cannot be taught through formal instruction alone. Senior guardians who have successfully navigated the psychological challenges of long-term service provide guidance and support for newer members who are still learning to balance the demands of their calling with their need for personal fulfillment and growth. The community aspects of Eternal Vigil represent another crucial element in making such demanding service sustainable over long periods. Individual Sentinels do not bear their burden alone, but share it with a brotherhood and sisterhood of fellow guardians who understand the unique challenges and rewards of their calling. This shared experience creates bonds of understanding and support that provide emotional sustenance during difficult periods, while also creating accountability relationships that help maintain standards and commitment. The rituals and traditions that mark important moments in the cycle of Eternal Vigil serve multiple functions within Sentinel culture, providing opportunities for celebration, reflection, recognition, and renewal that help maintain morale and sense of purpose over extended periods. These ceremonies range from simple daily observances that mark the beginning and end of watch periods to elaborate annual festivals that celebrate the Order's history and reaffirm commitment to its mission. That calendar that governs Sentinel observances includes commemorations of historical events that shaped the Order's development, recognition of seasonal cycles that reflect natural patterns of death and renewal, and personal milestones that mark individual guardians' progress in their spiritual and professional development. These observances provide structure and meaning to the passage of time, while connecting current guardians to the larger story of which they are part. The artistic and cultural expressions that emerge from the Sentinel community serve as both outlets for creative energy and means of processing the complex emotions and experiences that arise from eternal service. Music, poetry, visual arts, and storytelling traditions help guardians explore and express aspects of their calling that cannot be adequately addressed through purely practical or intellectual approaches. These cultural activities also serve important functions in maintaining the Order's identity and cohesion across geographical and generational boundaries, as shared artistic traditions create common experiences and references that bind guardians together, despite their diverse backgrounds and assignments. The preservation and development of this cultural heritage becomes part of the Eternal Vigil itself, ensuring that future generations will inherit not just the tactical capabilities and organizational structures necessary for their mission, but also the spiritual and emotional resources that make such service sustainable and meaningful. The relationship between Eternal Vigil and hope represents one of the most subtle but important aspects of Sentinel philosophy, as guardians must learn to maintain optimism and faith in the value of their mission, despite full awareness that their struggle may never end. This requires developing an understanding of hope that is independent of expectations about specific outcomes or timelines, grounded instead in faith that their efforts serve purposes that transcend immediate visible results. This form of hope differs fundamentally from simple optimism or wishful thinking, as it acknowledges the reality of ongoing struggle while maintaining trust in the ultimate meaning and value of that struggle. Sentinels learn to find sources of hope in the small victories and positive changes they witness daily, in the strength and dedication of their fellow guardians, and in their direct experience of the divine light that flows through their relic stones and connects them to forces greater than themselves. The legacy consciousness that develops among long-serving Sentinels represents the culmination of wisdom gained through years of faithful service to the Eternal Vigil. This consciousness recognizes that individual guardians are temporary custodians of something far greater than themselves. a tradition of service that stretches back through centuries and will continue long after their personal participation has ended. This understanding transforms their relationship to their calling from possessive attachment to grateful stewardship, allowing them to invest completely in their service while maintaining perspective about their role in the larger story. As our contemplation of this eternal vigil draws toward its gentle conclusion, we are left with profound appreciation for the depth of commitment and wisdom required to embrace such a calling with joy rather than despair, purpose rather than futility. The Sentinel's ability to find meaning in endless service reminds us that the most profound forms of human fulfillment often come not from achieving final goals, but from dedicating ourselves completely to worthy purposes, regardless of whether we will live to see their completion. The philosophy of eternal vigil offers insights that extend far beyond the specific calling of supernatural guardians, speaking to universal questions about how we find meaning in work that extends beyond our individual lives, how we maintain hope in the face of seemingly insurmountable challenges, and how we balance personal needs with service to purposes greater than ourselves. In your own journey through life, what eternal truths do you serve through your daily choices and commitments, and how do you maintain faith in the value of your efforts, even when their ultimate impact remains beyond your ability to measure or control? Chapter 12. Legacy of Hope. In the luminous culmination of our journey through the storied history of the Sentinels of Light, we arrive at perhaps the most beautiful truth of all, that their greatest victory lies not in any single battle, won or darkness banished, but in the enduring legacy of hope they have woven into the very fabric of existence across Runeterra. As we gather for this final contemplation, let us explore how centuries of sacrifice, courage, and unwavering dedication have created something far more powerful than any weapon or fortress, a living testament to the possibility that light can prevail over darkness, that good can triumph over evil, and that ordinary individuals can rise to extraordinary heights when guided by love and purpose. The legacy of the Sentinels extends far beyond their direct achievements in combating supernatural threats, reaching into every corner of human experience where their influence has kindled flames of hope that continue to burn long after the Guardians themselves have passed into eternal rest. This legacy manifests in countless ways, both great and small, in the courage of a village militia that stands firm against bandits because they remember stories of sentinel bravery, in the compassion of a healer who tends to the wounded without thought of personal gain, in the determination of a parent who protects their children against seemingly impossible odds. The ripple effects of Sentinel influence have shaped entire cultures and civilizations, as the values they embody, selfless service, protection of the innocent, willingness to sacrifice for others, and unwavering commitment to what is right, have been adopted and adapted by countless individuals and institutions across the world. These values, planted like seeds by the example of dedicated guardians, have grown into movements, philosophies, and ways of life that continue to spread hope and positive change throughout human society. The educational impact of the Sentinel Order represents one of their most subtle but profound contributions to the world's well-being. Through their interactions with civilian populations, their partnerships with local institutions, and their example of principled action, they have served as teachers of moral courage and ethical behavior for countless generations. Children who grow up in Sentinel-protected regions often internalize lessons about standing up for others, facing fear with courage, and choosing sacrifice over selfishness that guide their actions throughout their lives. These educational influences extend beyond simple moral instruction to encompass practical skills and knowledge that enhance communities' ability to protect themselves and care for one another. Sentinel-trained civilians often become leaders in their own communities, passing on not only defensive techniques and early warning systems, but also the organizational skills, strategic thinking, and crisis management capabilities they learned through their association with the Guardians. The technological and scholarly contributions of the Sentinel Order have advanced human knowledge and capability in numerous fields, as their unique mission has driven innovations in everything from metallurgy and engineering to medicine and psychology. The techniques developed for creating blessed weapons have influenced conventional craftsmanship, while their understanding of spiritual healing has enriched traditional medical practices. Their insights into human motivation and group dynamics have been adopted by military and civilian organizations seeking to build more effective and resilient institutions. The cultural legacy of the Sentinels permeates the arts, literature, and folklore of virtually every region where they have operated, inspiring countless works that celebrate heroism, sacrifice, and the triumph of good over evil. Songs about Sentinel heroes are sung around campfires and in great halls, their stories retold in forms that inspire new generations to aspire to similar heights of courage and dedication. These cultural expressions serve as vehicles for transmitting Sentinel values to people who may never encounter an actual guardian, but can still be influenced by their example. The architectural influence of Sentinel strongholds and sanctuaries has shaped the development of defensive architecture throughout Runeterra, as their innovations in creating spaces that serve both practical and spiritual functions have been adapted for use in civilian contexts. Churches, schools, hospitals, and civic buildings across the world incorporate design elements originally developed for Sentinel facilities, creating environments that promote healing, learning, and community gathering, while also providing subtle psychological benefits that enhance human well-being. The diplomatic and political impact of the Sentinel Order, while often operating behind the scenes, has contributed to the resolution of conflicts and the establishment of peaceful relationships between groups that might otherwise have remained enemies. Their reputation for neutrality, fairness, and genuine commitment to protecting all innocent life has made them valuable mediators in disputes where other parties might be viewed with suspicion. Their influence has helped establish international norms regarding the treatment of non-combatants, the protection of sacred sites, and the conduct of warfare that have reduced suffering and preserved important cultural heritage. The economic effects of Sentinel protection extend far beyond the immediate areas they defend, as the security and stability they provide create conditions that allow trade, agriculture, and industry to flourish. Regions known to be under Sentinel watch attract merchants, craftsmen, and settlers who might otherwise avoid areas perceived as dangerous, leading to economic development that benefits entire populations. The Order's careful management of their own resources and their policy of supporting local economies, rather than exploiting them, has created models of sustainable development that have been copied in other contexts. The medical and healing traditions that have emerged from Sentinel practices have revolutionized healthcare in many regions, as their understanding of trauma, both physical and psychological, has led to improved treatment methods for everything from combat injuries to the effects of supernatural exposure. Their emphasis on holistic healing that addresses spiritual as well as physical needs has influenced medical education and practice, leading to more comprehensive approaches to patient care that recognize the interconnection between mind, body, and spirit. The conservation and environmental protection efforts that naturally flow from Sentinel values have preserved countless natural areas and species that might otherwise have been lost to exploitation or neglect. Their understanding of the spiritual significance of natural places and their role in maintaining the balance between the physical and mystical worlds has led to protective measures that benefit both supernatural security and ecological health. Their influence has contributed to the development of conservation philosophies that recognize the intrinsic value of natural systems beyond their utility to human society. The research and scholarly traditions maintained by the Sentinel Order have contributed to human knowledge in fields ranging from history and archaeology to philosophy and theology. Their unique perspective on the relationship between life and death, the nature of spiritual forces, and the importance of moral character in achieving meaningful existence has enriched intellectual discourse and provided insights that have influenced thinkers and scholars across many disciplines. The psychological and counseling methods developed by the Sentinels for helping their own members cope with trauma and maintain mental health have been adapted for use in civilian contexts. contributing to improved understanding of how people recover from difficult experiences and maintain resilience in the face of ongoing challenges. Their insights into motivation, purpose, and the sources of meaning in life have influenced educational, therapeutic, and spiritual guidance practices that help people navigate personal crises and find direction in their lives. The community organizing and social development techniques that emerge naturally from Sentinel values and practices have strengthened civil society in countless locations as people influenced by guardian examples learn to work together more effectively for common goals. The emphasis on service to others, shared responsibility, and mutual support that characterizes Sentinel communities has been adopted by various social movements and organizations seeking to address poverty, injustice, and social fragmentation. The interfaith and intercultural dialogue that the Sentinels have fostered through their inclusive approach to protecting all innocent life, regardless of religious or cultural background, has contributed to greater understanding and cooperation between diverse communities. Their example of finding common ground in shared values while respecting different traditions has provided models for peaceful coexistence that have been applied in many contexts where religious or ethnic differences might otherwise lead to conflict. The innovation in organizational structure and management that has allowed the Sentinel Order to maintain effectiveness and unity across vast distances and long periods of time has influenced the development of other institutions seeking to achieve similar goals. Their balance of centralized coordination with local autonomy, their methods for preserving institutional memory and transmitting values across generations, and their techniques for maintaining motivation and morale among members engaged in demanding service have been studied and adapted by military, religious, and civilian organizations. The philosophical and spiritual insights that have emerged from centuries of Sentinel service have enriched human understanding of fundamental questions about the meaning of life, the nature of good and evil, and the possibility of transcending personal limitations through dedication to higher purposes. Their example of finding joy and fulfillment in service to others, their understanding of how individual actions contribute to larger patterns of meaning, and their demonstration that ordinary people can achieve extraordinary things through commitment and courage, have influenced philosophical and religious thought across multiple traditions. The legacy of individual Sentinel heroes continues to inspire people long after their deaths, as their stories become part of the cultural heritage that shapes how people understand what is possible for human beings to achieve. These stories serve as beacons of hope during dark times, reminding people that others have faced seemingly impossible challenges and prevailed through courage, determination, and willingness to sacrifice for others. The institutional legacy of the Sentinel Order itself represents perhaps their greatest contribution to the world's future security and well-being, as the organization they have built and the traditions they have established provide a foundation for continued protection against supernatural threats for generations to come. The knowledge they have accumulated, the training methods they have developed, the networks they have established, and the values they have instilled ensure that their mission will continue even as individual guardians complete their service and pass on to their eternal rest. The global consciousness that has emerged, partly through Sentinel influence, the understanding that all humanity shares common interests in peace, security, and the protection of innocent life, has contributed to the development of international cooperation and mutual aid that extends far beyond the specific threats the Guardians were originally created to address. Their example of transcending national, ethnic, and religious boundaries in service of universal values has helped lay the groundwork for broader human unity and cooperation. The hope that the Sentinels have kindled through their service extends beyond specific achievements to encompass a fundamental transformation in how people understand what is possible when individuals choose to dedicate themselves to purposes greater than personal gain or survival. Their legacy demonstrates that darkness, no matter how powerful or persistent, cannot ultimately prevail against light that is willingly carried by people who refuse to surrender their faith in goodness and their commitment to protecting what they love. As our contemplation of this magnificent legacy draws to its peaceful conclusion, We are left with profound gratitude for all those who have chosen to serve as guardians of the light, and with renewed understanding of how their sacrifice has made our own lives possible. Their legacy reminds us that we too are inheritors of this tradition of hope, called to carry forward in our own ways the values and commitments that have protected and nurtured human civilization through its darkest hours. Sentinels of light have shown us that hope is not merely a feeling or a wish, but an active force that must be continuously renewed through choices and actions that affirm the value of life, the possibility of goodness, and the importance of standing together against whatever darkness may threaten the things we hold most dear. Their legacy lives on in every act of courage, every gesture of kindness, every moment of protection offered to those who need it, and every choice to serve something greater than ourselves. In the quiet moments of your own reflection, how will you carry forward this legacy of hope, and what light will you kindle that might guide others through the shadows that inevitably gather around every human journey?